Chapter 966. Ji Mu looked solemn as several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light walked to his side. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed across the sky. Beautiful light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Ji Mu looked solemn as several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light walked to his side. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed across the sky. Beautiful light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Futian felt that his eyes stung to the point where he could not keep them open as he walked towards Ji Mu and the others. There was a sword contained in that light. It stung his eyes and drilled into his chest. Futian closed his eyes. The world tree still swayed in his life palace. A magnificent aura filled the whole space. Everything was clearly presented in his mind. He seemed to be able to see everyone's movements and even their expressions. He saw that Qin Zhuang and the 9 others had forced Jia, number 2 on the sage ranking, to retreat with their sword matrix, making him unable to participate in the battle. He saw the Yu clan cultivators staring at the people from the Yi clan, guarding against them taking action. Both the Yu clan and the Yi clan were among the top forces of the 9 states. Perhaps there was some enmity between them, but Futian wasn't sure. All he was sure about was who his friends were and who his enemies were. Big Brother stood there with his sword, staring at the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state. Yang Xiao and Yuan Hong stood beside him, and Huang Jiuge's arrows faced them as well. If the cultivators from the 3 holy lands made a move, they would be blocked. Given the current situation, they were at an absolute disadvantage in a direct conflict. There were too few of them, and some of the holy lands had not gotten involved. What they would do today would make Futian kill his opponents without remorse, and the other holy lands had not dared to get involved. Kong Yao was extremely angry. The power of his divine elephant could not suppress Futian. Futian had killed 2 of Saint Shua's cultivators right in front of him, shocking him and making him hesitate. Moreover, when the 2 of them had collided, he had felt just how threatening Futian really was. It was as if he could restrict the space and time around him and kill him with the halberd. More images of the divine elephant descended from the sky, crushing everything. But with his current strength, Kong Yao did not dare to get closer to Futian. He stepped into the sky, and one of the divine elephants expanded rapidly. It crashed through the heavens, trying to crush Futian under its foot. The ability that Kong Yao had cultivated was extremely forceful. It was a saint-level ability from Jisheng Cliffs. It used the power of heaven and earth to crush anyone who fell under its feet. At the last battle of proving holiness, he had trampled many cultivators to death with it. Go! At almost the same time, Chen Mu and the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light got involved. Their light swords shot out towards Futian, but he weaved back and forth through them, letting the attacks hit his body. When the divine ape had stepped into the air, it not only covered his body, but also the bodies of the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, combining them all together. Their expressions turned ugly. They were angry at this, but they couldn't deal with Futian coming for them with so much force. They turned into beams of light and disappeared from where they were, shooting directly towards Futian. They were fast, so fast that they merged with the light. Even though Futian's close combat skills were exceptional, they had no fear as they prepared to strike the arrogant scoundrel. Futian's eyes were still closed, but their movements were extremely clear in his mind. He had advanced his space-controlling powers to an astonishing degree. He clutched the halberd of time and space tightly, a divine power spread out from within it. At the instant when the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light approached him, the space around him fell into absolute stillness. As the divine elephant crashed down, even the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light were hit. As they were stuck in the frozen space, they could not retreat. The annihilation of light. The cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light slashed out with their swords, and with Ji Mu's at the front, they all resonated together, cutting through space. Endless light shone out, turning the space into nothingness. Everything was annihilated by that extremely beautiful light. Futian thrust the halberd of space and time forward, and the light seemed to change. As he did so, everything seemed to stop, and Ji Mu and the others seemed to slow down. They saw a terrible black hole storm that swallowed up the light. It was like there were two very different but powerful forces colliding in midair. In the next moment, the two forces crossed over each other, and Yi Futian traded places with Ji Mu and the others. Yi Futian's clothing was riddled with holes, and he was bleeding. Even his incredibly sturdy body could not bear an attack like that. There was a series of sounds as Ji Mu's body cracked and burst, followed by the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light turning into dust as they completely disappeared from the world. Boom! There was another loud noise as the divine elephant stepped down, pressing down on Yi Futian, making him spit up a mouthful of blood. His aura fluctuated. At this moment, Yi Futian's white clothes were stained with blood, and his hair flew around his face. Although he had the halberd of time and space with its nearly invincible attack, his defenses could not also be invincible. After all, his level was still a bit lower than theirs. Of course, if he had faced his opponents after just barely reaching the sage plane, he would have been dead many times over. Although his defenses were weaker than the attack, they were still quite extraordinary in the 9 states. For people had already died at Yi Futian's hands, causing many of the others to be frightened of him. Even the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. If Yi Futian's level got any higher, who besides a saint could stop him? If he made it to the top of the saint level, would he sweep through the 9 states with his own power? Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, Saint Shihua, Saint Ji and the other cultivators looked upon Yi Futian with despair. They saw his blood-stained clothes and the murder in his eyes. They all wanted to personally put an end to him, but they could only endure. What are you waiting for? Saint Ji swept his gaze over the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state. The Hall of Holy Light had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the Imperial Mausoleum. Ji Mu had died, and GMO had fallen as well. Now, the only one in the Hall of Holy Light who could inherit Saint Ji's position was Jiya. But even after the loss of so many cultivators, Yi Futian still stood there. Given the present situation, not killing Yi Futian now would be sowing the seeds for future disasters. The consequences would be unimaginable. If they waited a few years until he reached the top of the sage plane, he would be able to destroy holy lands by himself. Sword Saint gripped his demonic blade, and a fierce demonic air flow swept out. Yang Xiao, Yuan Hong, and Zhuge Qingfeng all stood there. But there were many cultivators there from the Endless Sea. Once they entered the battle, they would be in great danger. "Attack," said Ocean Saint, and suddenly the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands broke through the air with terrible power. Yi Futian was strong, but at this moment his aura wavered. He must have been wounded terribly. No matter what, he would give his life here today if need be. Sword Saint saw the cultivators coming through the air, and a demonic power swept out from him. When he had used the power of the demonic blade in the past, it had only been for a single battle. Afterwards his power would be exhausted. Now that he had cultivated himself into a sage, he did not have to stop there. The demonic blade seemed to be integrated into him, and as he slashed out with it, a blade of darkness appeared in the air. It cut through everything, and the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea were stopped and forced to retreat. Even sages who faced that blade had to avoid its edges. Sword Saint stepped out and swung the blade once again towards his opponents. He dispersed their formation all by himself, making it so they had to scatter as he attacked them. Saint Xia and Saint Li are highly respected in the 9 states. Nowadays, so many holy lands have joined together to bully the barren state, and hope that they will come out to administer justice. At that moment, Moon Saint looked to Saint Xia and Saint Li. What Saint Jiang had said had not been wrong. Saint Xia seemed to really appreciate Yi Futian. Saint Li and Yi Futian also had a prior relationship, as Yi Futian had visited 9 State College several times. Thus, this level of relationship could be put to good use. Now that everyone was frightened of Yi Futian since he had killed so many by his own hand, the other holy lands did not dare to get involved for the time being. If Saint Xia and Saint Li said something, the situation would be different. These 2 old people stood at the top of all the figures in the 9 states. Saint Xia indeed appreciated Yi Futian. Before Princess Xia Qingyuan had left, she had asked him to protect the saints. He thought that this might be a test for Yi Futian, to see if he had the ability to disrupt his own plans. Moreover, with their position in the 9 states, if they got involved it would cause great turmoil. A storm would begin. St. Ji's people would not listen to him if he told them to stop. The various holy lands joining together is indeed undesirable, but the college is only a place of teaching. I cannot order the students to take part in this battle. Saintly shook his head slightly. Moon Saint naturally understood him. Saintly did not use 9 State College as his power, he only taught there and helped disciples cultivate. He did not participate in disputes. This was a battle to the death. If he ordered his disciples to get involved, that would be equivalent to pushing them to the edge of life and death. This went contrary to his intentions. Therefore, even though he appreciated Yi Futian, he would not order his disciples to get involved, just as he did not let them go to steal Huang Jioga's inheritance. If they had forcibly appropriated it, it would have led to disaster. When compared to Jixia Holy Palace and other holy lands, the power of 9 State College was a bit different. Saint Ji saw Moon Saint stirring up Saint Xia and Saint Li, and his expression grew cold. He said, "When did you become so righteous?" Moon Saint ignored him. "Are the holy lands of Cloud State and War State so indifferent as well? If you don't want Renawang's inheritance, then simply retreat." Sang Ji glanced around him. The 4 great holy lands of Cloud State and the 3 great holy lands of War State had not gotten involved either. "Retreat," someone laughed. "You boasted that the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light were unmatched throughout the 9 states in their martial prowess, but even when allied with many other holy lands they still can't take on the Holy Ji Palace. Now you're trying to get other people to join you. Are you scared?" Everyone's eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Saint Qi, head of the Qi clan in Qi State, and number 7 on the saint ranking. The Qi clan had once been in charge of Qi State, similar to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, but nowadays the Hall of Holy Light had turned the tables on them. Saint Ji had always regarded the hall as the foremost power in Qi State. When his talent was revealed, Saint Qi did not look on him with a favorable light. Moon Saint smiled. All of the 9 states were their enemies? Not necessarily. Chapter 967. Saint Ji narrowed his eyes. They were like a thin crevice from which a cold light shot out as they swept over Saint Ji. Saint Ji narrowed his eyes. They were like a thin crevice from which a cold light shot out as they swept over Saint Ji. Of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, Jixia Palace was of the same type as 9 State College and ignored disputes. Yu House was good at rhythmic sorcery, but since they were the weakest of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, they rarely made noise as they quietly studied their music. They did not seek trouble. Thus, the Qi State was split between the Qi family, the oldest one of the holy lands, and the Hall of Holy Light struggling for the position of top force. In reality, it wasn't even a struggle, they just both thought of themselves as the strongest holy land in Qi State. There was often friction between their disciples. Saint Qi was reserved by nature, which was exactly opposite to Saint Ji's character. Although the 2 sides had never been in harmony, there had been no friction between them for a long time as they cultivated separately. But now, Saint Qi's attitude as he spoke seemed very subtle. "Are you trying to meddle in this?" spat Saint Ji in a cold voice. "Lord Ye's talent is outstanding, unmatched in the 9 states. In time he may become the most powerful figure here. Just like the Sword Saint of the Void and the Great Shaman, you, the 5th name on the saint ranking, have targeted Yi Futian. This is not fitting for someone of your status. Saint Xia and Saint Li are warm and unobtrusive by nature, and yet you will not let your juniors rise up? Are you worried about your place on the saint ranking?" Saint Qi ignored Saint Ji's cold voice. As the 7th name on the saint ranking, he was lower than Saint Ji, but he was not afraid of him. The Qi clan had a lot of hidden strengths. The Hall of Holy Light boasted of being the most powerful force in Qi State, but they would not dare move against the Qi clan. As for Renawang's inheritance, it has already been taken by your junior. Lord Yi does not contest this, nor does the princess. That makes you seem a little petty, continued Saint Qi. Saint Ji said nothing as he stared at Saint Qi. He knew what he was up to. If Yi Futian had been easily killed by them in today's battle, Saint Qi would not have spoken up. He might have even joined in the struggle for Renawang's inheritance. But in the battle that had just happened, Yi Futian had proven himself. Of course, this seemed to have nothing to do with Saint Qi, but in fact this was not the case. If Yi Futian did not die, he would seek vengeance, and would seek to kill the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light. Ji Mu and Ji Mo, two promising disciples, had already been killed at his hands. If the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light suffered terrible losses, how could the next generation fight the Qi clan? This was the reason that Saint Qi had stood up to speak. As for his so-called magnanimity, could anyone speak of such a thing before Renawang's inheritance? Cultivation of the path meant being tolerant of the heavens and the earth, but it also meant struggling with them. The essence of cultivation was plundering. It was not to never struggle with the world. Thus, why bother to cultivate unless you were someone exceptional? Saint Qi seemed generous, but really he wanted ever so much to fight the Hall of Holy Light. What does everyone think? Saint Qi swept his gaze over the expressionless cultivators from the other holy lands. They had been watching all along. Did they think to collect the spoils of victory without lifting a finger? Of course, he had previously never thought that Yi Futian would become so strong and kill 4 cultivators of the sage ranking. "Let him go," came a voice. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was the Vajra region lord. The number 6 and number 7 cultivators on the saint ranking had successively made their declarations. In this way, the cultivators who had stood there watching would not make their moves. Under the current situation, even if they acted, the likelihood of them getting the halberd of time and space and Renawang's inheritance was very low. Even though Yi Futian had been seriously hurt, with the strength that he had shown, none of them could guarantee that they could kill him in close combat. Obviously, the potential loss outweighed the gains. This situation made it so that the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state were not willing to risk their lives. If they tried to kill anyone from the palace, Yi Futian would stop at nothing to kill them. The power that he had just displayed was quite shocking to anyone on the sage level. Yi Futian was currently facing Kong Yao, Zhou Mian, and Nie Gai. But if they wanted to kill him, it would be quite difficult. At that moment a beautiful light bloomed, and Yi Futian shot towards Zhou Mian like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly the image of the golden phoenix behind Zhou Mian shook as it struck out with its feathers. Zhou Mian pulled back, widening the distance between himself and Yi Futian. Boom! There was a loud noise as Yi Futian disintegrated his attack. He appeared right in front of Zhou Mian and shot him a piercing glance. "Leave," said Yi Futian. Below them, the people from the palace flashed upwards. Sword Saint, Xin Zhuang, and the others fought and retreated towards where Yi Futian was. Jia and the cultivators from the ocean state's attacks were not as strong anymore. After a while, the cultivators from the palace gathered together in the air, and no one was able to intercept them. "Thank you all," said Yi Futian. He stepped away as Kong Yao and Jia moved forward with faces held hard. "No need to chase them," said Saint Ji with a gloomy look. Jia stopped with a dark look on his face. They had let Yi Futian get away with his life, and with the inheritance. "There will be time for that later," came a cold voice from far away. It was Yi Futian. Everyone looked at his back as he left, and their hearts were still unsettled. They would probably never forget the battle that had just taken place. He had smashed through sages and killed 4 cultivators of the sage ranking by his own power. Who in the 9 states had such a brilliant record? A huge sword crossed through the sky and fell before Yi Futian. Yi Futian and the others stepped onto it, and suddenly the sword sped away in a winding arc. No one pursued them. All the saints of the 9 states naturally felt a bit of saintly power. It was the village chief of Toonkeeper village. He had been nearby the whole time, and had taken the people from the barren state away on his huge sword in order to avoid being intercepted. The sword pierced through the sky, and soon reunited with the village chief. Yi Futian stood upon it with the wind blowing wildly upon him, making his hair flow. He coughed and a little blood came out. Facing the attack of so many allied sages would have hurt him even if his body had been stronger. After all, he had just entered the sage plane. He had obviously been seriously wounded, he had just not shown it. "Are you all right?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu and Yu Xing behind him. They had fought Jia and Ji Mu outside the imperial mausoleum. Yu Sheng had demonized and used up all his power in a single battle. Hua Jiyu had also received some wounds. This trip to the imperial mausoleum had been extremely dangerous. Huang Shi had perished, but he had done so very calmly. He had obviously thought that his death had been worth it. Huang Jioga had received their ancestors' inheritance. We're fine. Everyone nodded. Although they had all suffered different injuries, it was no matter. After we return to the palace, we must immediately prepare for war. Mobilize the matrices as quickly as possible, said Yi Futian. He knew that this war had just begun. Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, and Saint Shihua would definitely not give up. Back at the imperial mausoleum, Saint Shihua looked up into the sky. Yi Futian had already disappeared from view. He had never thought the battle would be so fierce. He had thought that after the marriage alliance, they could easily destroy the palace. But first there had been the slaughter at Jisheng Cliffs, and today 2 sages from Shihua Sacred Mountain had been killed, as well as the great Zhou Sacred King's son, Zhou Huang. His figure flashed as he stepped towards Glass Saint. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at her as well. But he heard Moon Saint say, "Are the 2 holy lands of the eastern states still planning to ally together to bully Glass Saint? If so, I'd like to benefit from your instruction as well." Saint Shihua and the great Zhou Sacred King stopped and looked at Moon Saint. Moon Saint was obviously thoroughly involved in this sacred war. He wanted to protect Glass Saint as well. As for the other saints, they bore no grudge towards Glass Saint. Yi Futian had taken the halberd of time and space, and Huang Jioga had taken Renwang's inheritance, so there was no reason to stay here anymore. Glass Saint was the great Zhou Sacred King's affair. She had nothing to do with them. To put it bluntly, they had only gotten involved in order to steal Renwang's inheritance. It was not really a joint effort. If one of them had gotten it, they would probably have all turned on him. None of you are returning home to prepare your armies? Are you going to wait a few years until Yi Futian has cultivated to the point where he can come and settle the score? Asked Saint Ji coldly. Where could he have gone to? Even though Yi Futian had gotten out of there alive, where could he go? He probably did not want to go back to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian had revealed his astonishing martial prowess. He could not keep fighting anymore, but the only people who had come here today were the top figures of their respective holy lands, so the actual number of cultivators was quite small. And once they went back and called together their armies, they would have to see if Yi Futian was alive or dead. Would Moon Saint and Saint Qi participate in the war? If they did, it would not be a small-scale battle like this had been. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Glass Saint, then turned around, his figure flashing as he left. The cultivators from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty followed him. Afterwards, Saint Shihua also took his people and left. The storm seemed to have ended, but it also seemed like it had just begun. Perhaps there would be an even greater storm. Saint Ji shot a glance at Saint Qi and Moon Saint, and then turned into a beam of light and shot away with Jia following him. Each of the saints of the various holy lands had their own ideas. Their figures broke through the sky as they left one by one, not even calling out farewells to each other. The 9 states will be thrown into chaos, whispered Saint Xia. We have been at peace for so many years. It makes sense that we would be thrown into chaos when a figure like Yi Futian appeared, said Saint Li. They both looked forward at the beautiful figure who still stood there. It was Glass Saint. She stared forward in a daze. Moon Saint had protected her, but there was no joy in her. She knew why Yuechan had died. Before her death, she must have made contact with Moon Saint, otherwise she would not have been able to die so calmly. And it was all for her. Her blue silk swayed in the wind, crossing over her beautiful face. She turned and left. There were only a few people left. Saint Xia and Saint Li also left together. The wind is rising, said Saint Xia. Yes it is, replied Saint Li. The wind blew past. Many people came from around the barren state as they were leaving to see the battlefield. This battle would go down in history. Chapter 968. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City, and with the village chief's speed they made it back in there in a short period of time. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City, and with the village chief's speed they made it back in there in a short period of time. The huge sword returned and descended towards Holy Sage Pavilional, following which a voice swept out through the palace, "All disciples, prepare for war." The voice was solemn, and suddenly everyone throughout the palace felt their hearts tremble. What had happened on the trip to the imperial mausoleum? Yang Xiao and the others' figures flashed as they went to make their arrangements. Soon everyone in the palace knew what had happened, and they were all astonished. Lord Yi Futian had slain 4 sages in one battle, including the great Zhou sacred king's son Zhou Huang. The halberd of time and space, the number 3 divine implement on the 9 states divine implement ranking, was in his hands. He had helped Huang Jioga obtain his ancestors' inheritance. Huang Shi had died in battle. Each piece of news was just as shocking. At the imperial mausoleum, all of the 9 states had been their enemy, and Yi Futian had led the people of the palace to attack them. Everyone was kicking themselves that they hadn't been there to witness it personally. Yi Futian and the other wounded were recovering in Holy Sage Pavilion. The undying old man came to visit them and give them medicine, and they all recovered very quickly. Yi Futian had the world tree life spirit, and so he recovered the fastest. Although his injuries had been severe, he was able to Holy Sage Pavilion very quickly. Somewhere in the Holy Ji Palace, 3 people were cultivating quietly. It was Lu Zixuan and the other 2 from the Endless Sea. They looked up and saw a figure coming. It was Yi Futian. Just now they had heard the news from the other people in the palace. Yi Futian had finally obtained the halberd of time and space. "You can leave," Yi Futian said to them. Lu Zixuan looked at him. Even in the palace she was still an outstanding beauty, but in Cliff State City she had been the most beautiful woman, and had been extraordinarily talented, someone who saints regarded highly. "Can I stay in the palace to cultivate?" She bit her lip as she asked this. Even though they had not been allowed to leave the palace during this time, they found it a much better place for cultivation than Cliff State City. Even Ocean King Palace did not have as good an environment for cultivation. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face. He said, "Right now the palace is facing a dire situation, and it is very possible that we will be destroyed. Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Zixuan shook her head. "Where can a cultivator find an absolutely safe place? I am willing to face this war alongside the palace. But afterwards, I hope that I will no longer be under house arrest, but a part of the palace." Yi Futian looked at Lu Zixuan's exquisite features. She was indeed a very assertive woman. The Lu clan must be very strong in Cliff State City to raise an outstanding woman like this. "Fine." He nodded. "What about Lu Yu and Lu Han?" "Brother Yi, I will also continue cultivating in the palace." Lu Yu and Yi Futian's relationship was actually quite good, as Yi Futian had taken care of her during the journey to the Lost Ruins. "I will follow my sister," said Lu Han. "Go back," said Lu Zixuan to Lu Han. "Our family doesn't know if we are alive or dead. Go back and tell them everything. If I die, the family should know where." "Sister." Lu Han looked at her. "Do as I say." Lu Zixuan stared at him until Lu Han nodded slightly and said, "All right." Yi Futian looked at the 3 of them and said, "This is your own decision." On saying this, he left, and flew into the air above the Holy Ji Palace. A line of figures flashed into the sky. Yang Xiao, Sword Demon, Yu Qi and other cultivators appeared beside Yi Futian. Yu Qi said, "Futian, I fear that a fierce battle is coming." Yi Futian nodded. Everyone could see that clearly. Not long ago in the Imperial Mausoleum they had forced their opponents to let them go. But if their opponents had pressed the attack, it was not certain that those holy lands who had spoken up for them would have gotten involved. Their enemies, the Hall of Holy Light, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, would doubtless go to war with them. Yi Futian looked down at the palace and said, "Will the terrain around the palace affect our matrices?" "A little bit." Yang Xiao nodded. "Our matrices will have to bypass some places." Yi Futian nodded slightly, then said, "All disciples of the palace, hear my orders. Everyone stop cultivating immediately and head to the palace." His voice rolled out through the entire Holy Ji Palace. Everyone looked up at him and stopped their cultivation and flashed towards the main palace. "Village chief," shouted Yi Futian in another direction. A sword flashed through the air, and the village chief appeared before Yi Futian. "Once all the disciples are in the main palace, level the rest of it," said Yi Futian. Everyone trembled at these words. Would he really level the rest of the palace? There were many hidden places in the palace, many of them left behind by their ancestors, and there were ruins scattered throughout, many of which were good places for cultivation. And now Yi Futian had ordered for it all to be demolished. All of it would disappear. But no one objected. At this moment, no one could doubt Yi Futian's position within the palace. Previously, he had entered the palace on the basis of nobility, and everyone had assisted him and had high hopes for him. But now he had brought 2 saints to the palace and led them on an attack against the Jisheng cliffs. He now stood at the highest point just below the Saint Plain. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the Holy Ji Palace. He was even symbolic of the whole barren state. Whenever the barren state was mentioned, the first thing that anyone would think of was its palace lord, Yi Futian. A group of figures flashed over as more of the elders arrived. After hearing Yi Futian's decision, they merely sighed to themselves and looked at the palace as if they could not bear to part with it. Not long after, an incomparable storm of sword chi appeared in the palace like a giant sword, flattening the earth. The buildings, mountains and ruins were crushed into dust. The disciples of the palace looked on from above with unease in their hearts. Before long, everything except for the main palace had been flattened. And of course, Sage Hall was still there. "Lord Yang, please lead the disciples to work even harder," Yi Futian said to Yang Shao. He nodded, and led some men down to the ground to begin preparations for the matrices. "Send this order throughout the barren state. As Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, I call upon all swords in the barren state of the sage level or higher," continued Yi Futian. "Do we need so many swords?" asked Yu Qi. He had brought many ritual implements from Alchemy City, as well as many swords. "Yes, and Uncle is also forging more swords. Have the people of the palace go out to collect materials. When I activated the sword matrix of the void at Nether Sword Mound, I couldn't control it, but I remembered some things. I can carve out a sword matrix," said Yi Futian. He had studied matrices at Chess St. Villa, and had consolidated his studies at Nether Sword Mound. Now that he had reached the sage level, he could carve out his own sword matrix. "Okay, we will do this." Yu Qi nodded. Sword Demon, Su Shang and some others left to make ready for this. Soon the news spread all around the barren state. Yi Futian was calling all the swords in the barren state. For a time, countless cultivators set out towards the Holy Ji Palace. The news did not only sweep through the barren state, but through every part of the 9 states as the cultivators returned home. But the places that were shaken the most fiercely were the Hall of Holy Light, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. At the Hall of Holy Light, St. Ji sent out an order, summoning the top forces from the area to launch an attack on the barren state. At Shihua Sacred Mountain, the order was given for all forces under their jurisdiction to gather together at the mountain. Obviously, after the events at the Imperial Mausoleum, both the Hall of Holy Light and Shihua Sacred Mountain were paying close attention to the barren state. And they were not simply summoning their forces for an attack, they were convening their holy lands. For a time, there was a terrible storm in Qi State and the Eastern State. It seemed that the Holy Ji Palace would not be able to escape disaster. In the past, who would have thought that sending a punitive expedition against the declining barren state would have required such care? Only a few years before, it had only taken Kong Yao and a few other cultivators to ravage the barren state. In Jixia Palace in Qi State, 2 figures were playing chess. One was wearing white clothes and playing as white, while the other was wearing black and also playing as black. Both of them looked quite extraordinary. Behind the handsome white-robed youth sat a gentle woman quietly watching the game. "Brother, your heart doesn't seem to be in the game." The black-robed figure smiled slightly as he moved his piece, then looked up at the white-robed figure. The white-robed youth stared at the board, then smiled as he moved a piece. "I've lost 3 games in a row. Is it because of the news from the barren state?" The white-robed figure smiled at him and said, "If I was a piece in this game, I've already been taken off the board. Why worry about it?" "Why has this piece been removed?" said the man in black with a smile. "Naturally, it was in order to join a better game," answered the white-robed youth. In that case, if the new game really is better, then this piece has a reason for being. At the very least, making the decision to be removed in order to change games is not altogether blameless, but is at least forgivable, said the figure in black. On hearing this, the white-robed youth trembled slightly. He looked at the figure in front of him, then turned and left. He had changed games? Since he had left, the Barren States game had changed indeed. After the white-robed youth left, another person came in. It was the number 3 person at the 9 States Forum at Shihua Sacred Mountain, Zhuge. Did you intend to provoke Brother Bai? Asked Zhuge. Brother Bai's talent is outstanding, but he has demons that he needs to face. He is like a dead chess piece, said the man in black. But isn't it dangerous to let him go? There is no making without breaking. To seek the great path, one's heart must be without lack. If he does not take the step, then he will be lacking something, and it will be impossible for him to take the next step, said the man in black. Zhuge nodded gently. The man in white returned to his residence and sat in front of an old tree for 3 days. He cultivated until he broke through his level, and then turned and left the palace. Chapter 969. Chapter 969. Storm in the 9 States. Chapter 969. Storm in the 9 States. Moon Saint from the Moon Clan came to pay a visit on the E Clan in the Summer State. Since he had come personally, Saint E came personally to greet him. At that moment, the 2 top figures of the Summer State sat drinking tea and chatting in one of the E Clan's pavilions like they were friends who had not seen each other in many years. I've heard that Shihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Hall of Holy Light have mustered their armies in preparation to attack the Barren State. With the strength of these 3 holy lands, there's no question that the Barren State can't match especially the Hall of Holy Light. They've lost a lot of their cultivators recently, but they still rank in the top 5 of the 9 states, and that is not an empty reputation. And then you have the forces of the Endless Sea on top of that. Are you really planning to join in this war? Said Saint E to Moon Saint. It seemed that he wanted to convince Moon Saint to abandon this course of action. Are you planning to get involved? Asked Moon Saint. Whether I get involved or not, the palace will be destroyed. Saint E took a sip of tea as he spoke. Saint Ji was cruel by nature. They would not wait for Yi Futian to grow stronger and thus threaten them. When their armies descended, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he would have no way to save the palace. What if the palace is destroyed but Yi Futian survives? Asked Moon Saint. Does Yi Futian have a chance of breaking out of their encirclement? Saint E thought of the battle that had taken place, and was silent for a while. There's not much hope, he said finally, but it is possible. If that time really comes, and if the palace is really destroyed, the Yu clan will die fighting to let Yi Futian escape the encirclement. Even Renhuang's inheritance is not necessary as long as he lives. Moon Saint smiled. If he reaches the top level of the Sage Plane, you have to admit that he could take on an army by himself. Saint E looked at his guest. Moon Saint was resolute. He thought back to that day, and how Yi Futian had seemed peerless. If he truly reached the top level of the Sage Plane, then Kong Yao would not have been able to withstand even a single blow from the halberd, and he would sweep away all before him. It would truly be possible that a single person could be compared to an army. If Yi Futian lives, he'll get revenge for the palace, and who will be able to survive? Moon Saint took a sip from his cup and then put it down. Speaking of which, even though you shot a few arrows at him that day, this is no great problem. If you just stand by idly and send someone to make your apologies, Yi Futian will not count it against you. No matter what kind of storms rage in the 9 states, as long as the E clan stays out of the way, what danger will come to them? After all, even if you had gotten Renhuang's inheritance, could you even have kept it away from Saint Ji? You know what he's like. If the 9 states falls into chaos, non-action is the best strategy. Why did so many holy lands observe passively on that day? First, the great Zhou Sacred King was arrogant and harassed Yi Futian. How is the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty now? Their power has been declining continuously. And how about Jisheng Cliffs? Now that Saint Ji and Saint Shihua have entered the game, can they guarantee that they will force Yi Futian into total retreat? And the Qi clan is watching them like a hungry tiger, just waiting for the Hall of Holy Light to fall. Do you really want to jump into these troubled waters? Continued Moon Saint. A thoughtful look came over Saint Yi's face. What Moon Saint was saying made sense. He also knew that if they could have really killed Yi Futian that day, the various holy lands would not have hesitated to kick him while he was down. After all, Renhuang's inheritance had been there. If they didn't try for it, how could they know what the result would have been? Now were Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace in a hopeless situation? Since you know that non-action is the best strategy, why are you getting involved? Saint Yi stared at Moon Saint. Moreover, he had aided Yi Futian when all the 9 states had been against him. Now he had come to persuade him to stand by passively. You must know that before this affair there was friendship between Yi Futian and the Yu clan. Moreover, with his outstanding talent he may one day reach beyond even the Saint Plane. In any case, at that time it was better to assist him than to try and wrest Renhuang's inheritance away. And now that we've gotten involved, we can only see things through. Moon Saint smiled. Moreover, you must see that Saint Xia values Yi Futian as well. It won't be so easy to kill him. On saying this, he stood up and said, I've said my piece. If you still decide to join the war, then we will meet on the field of battle. Farewell. He turned and left. After he left, Saint Yi still sat there with a thoughtful expression, as if he had not yet made up his mind. Send cultivators to all the holy lands to observe their movements. Send a few more throughout the barren state to see what the Holy Ji Palace is doing, he said. Yes, sir. The people outside the pavilion left to carry out his orders. The Vajra region was on a holy mountain in Moor State. It was known as the strongest of martial holy lands. The cultivators of the Vajra region cultivated Buddhist combat techniques. They were extremely tough and strong, their bodies were unmatched, and their attack power was extremely high. The lord of the Vajra region therefore respected Yu Sheng's talent, and had invited him to cultivate there for 3 years. At this moment, the kasaya-wearing monks were sitting cross-legged on their cattail hassocks. In front of them all was the Vajra region lord, who was preaching at the altar. His voice was like a Buddha's, and was also like the Great Path. It resonated with the 108 enlightened ones behind him, and made all who listened to it feel refreshed. He stopped preaching after a while, and fingered his prayer beads. He looked at everyone and said, You have listened to me preach the Great Path for many years, but have rarely left the mountain. Now that there is chaos in the 9 states, I want you to leave and attain enlightenment there. Who should we help, Lord? Asked a monk. Help whoever you want to, answered the Vajra region lord. All right. Everyone nodded and then left. On this day, 108 warrior monks left their mountains seeking the Great Path and headed towards the 9 states. At that moment, a figure wearing a long green dress stood quietly on a suspended platform outside Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, gazing out into the distance. The wind blew through her hair, gently stroking her exquisite features. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was like an immortal who had come down to the world of mortals. Master. At that moment, Goddess Qingni walked up behind her. Glass Saint had said very little for the past few days. Yuechan's death had affected her greatly. What is the situation like outside? Asked Glass Saint without turning to look at Qingni. The Hall of Holy Light, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty have all called their armies together. They can attack the barren state at any time, answered Goddess Qingni. Anything else? Asked Glass Saint. Each of the forces in the area under our control have sent people to beg you to excuse them, continued Goddess Qingni. Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had also summoned all their cultivators, but none of them had obeyed. The situation in the barren state was known throughout the 9 states, and would likely lead to catastrophe. After the barren state, the next place to be destroyed would probably be Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Under these circumstances, none of the forces in the area dared get involved in the war, and instead only sent people to beg for mercy. Glass Saint was silent, still looking off into the distance. She said, Summon everyone in the temple who is of the sage level or above. We will go to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Have everyone else leave temporarily. If something happens to me, they are to never return. Master. Goddess Qingni's heart trembled slightly. Do as I say, said Glass Saint. Goddess Qingni nodded and left. The news spread quickly. The cultivators of lapis lazuli Holy Temple all left within a day. A group of them went to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, but they took no action, seeming to only be there to contain the dynasty's forces. Glass Saint was not there. She naturally left lapis lazuli Holy Temple as well, but no one knew where she went. Some said that she had gone to the capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and was preparing to fight the Great Zhou Sacred King to the death. Anyone who was perceptive enough could see the enmity between the two of them. The storms that had swept out across the 9 states began to gather together. And, there in the center of the storm, the barren state was the most active of all the 9 states. These past few days many people from throughout the barren state had come to Zhongzhou City, and many of them had even come to the Holy Ji Palace to offer their swords. The Holy Ji Palace had been leveled. Futian had been setting up matrices all along while using chess spirit to calculate more of them. Now, there was a chain of interlocking patterns in the vast land where the palace had been. There was a group of swords at the center, and each sword was a sage-level ritual implement. At that moment, a group of figures broke through the sky, and a voice rang out, "Futian, why have you come?" Futian looked up at the figures in the air and saw that one of them was the college chief of Starry School in Divine Sky City. He was now the college chief of 3 colleges. "I heard that you have called together all the swords in the barren state, so I brought you the swords from Divine Sky City," said the college chief with a smile. "And not only us. The Long family, the Gu family, and other forces from Divine Sky City have also come. Although we don't have many swords, us old folks have a bit of combat experience," said Chen Yuan with a smile. Beside him was Mu Chuan of Zhaixing House. Futian was moved as he looked at all these familiar faces. He smiled and said, "Thank you all for your help. But Yunxi and Linger shouldn't join in the fun. Have them return to Divine Sky City." He naturally saw that Gu Yunxi and Long Linger were in the crowd behind Chen Yuan. Gu Yunxi looked at Futian. There was still some faint affection in her gentle eyes. She had heard that he was now able to sweep away all the cultivators in the 9 states. He was a legend. "I was a disciple of the palace. Why shouldn't I fight?" "Don't think you can kick me out, Brother Yi," said Long Ling. "You can stay if you want, but once the fighting starts you must go into Holy Sage Pavilion with everyone else," said Futian with a smile and a shake of the head. On the day of battle, he would have everyone under the sage level go into Holy Sage Pavilion to arrange matrices. Even if they lost, those people would be safe. At that moment, more people appeared in the sky. "Futian," a gentle voice rang out. Futian looked up and saw 2 figures. A strange look came over his face. "Why have you come, little butterfly?" "Master said that you promised that before you tried his medicine." Little butterfly paused. "I can't die," said Futian with a smile. Little butterfly smiled softly and said, "Master said that your last round of trials can be done at the palace, so he ordered me and my brother to come. Saint Jiang is too relentless." Futian was silent for a while. So many people had come to the palace. Chapter 970. Futian had already experienced 2 rounds of medicinal trials in succession, so he knew that if the testing was successful it would greatly progress his own strength, whether physical or spiritual in will. Futian had already experienced 2 rounds of medicinal trials in succession, so he knew that if the testing was successful it would greatly progress his own strength, whether physical or spiritual in will. In the previous trial process, he had even comprehended the rule of particles. Now that the Holy Ji Palace was facing a great calamity, going to the 9-state college was clearly out of the question for him, so Saint Jiang had sent Little Butterfly to the Holy Ji Palace personally. However, this last round of trial was the most dangerous. At the time Saint Jiang had reminded him to go to the 9-state college after he was at least a mid-level sage. However, he was still only a lower-level sage, so he wondered whether he could bear it. But under the current circumstances, he had to give it a try no matter what. As long as the trial was successful his strength would rise to another level so that Kong Yao, who ranked 9th, could be crushed. Futian saw that Su Chehan was behind Little Butterfly, and he offered a faint smile. Su Chehan looked at him indifferently. "I just came by the command of the master." Futian smiled and said nothing. This guy used to guard him like a thief in the herb garden. Little butterfly. A laughter was heard, and it was Hua Jiu coming over. Jiu. Little butterfly also responded with a smile, then walked over to the direction of Hua Jiu and the two chatted. The two of them, fairy-like, standing together, formed a rare but beautiful sight to behold. Chief and uncles, I will not be entertaining you then. You have seen the situation here at the palace. I can only beg your indulgence. Yi Futian said with a smile, Linger, you are a disciple of Holy Ji Palace, so you are almost a host too. You should take everyone on a walk around. Long Linger pouted and mumbled, Beauty has made you forget your duties. You are asking for it? Yi Futian rubbed the head of Long Linger. Seeing so many old friends coming before the time of war for the Holy Ji Palace put him in a much better mood. When he ventured into the Holy Ji Palace, help came from all directions. Today, the situation was completely different from before. This time it was to defend against the invasion of the Hall of Holy Light and Shihua Sacred Mountain. But what remained the same were these old friends gathered once again to support him. Naturally, he felt a great warmth in his heart. Let's not delay the testing then. Yi Futian said to Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. The war was just around the corner and the testing would not been done in a single day, so the earlier the better. Little Butterfly nodded, and then several of them stepped away. Watching them leave, Gu Yunxi bowed her head slightly, and there was a slight sense of loss reflected in those beautiful eyes of hers, but then she had a bright smile on her face. He was now the lord of Holy Ji Palace, and the fate of the palace, and even that of the barren state was tethered on him. So how could he find time to chat a word or two with her? Seeing that he was now getting more excellent by the day, she should be happy for him, and hope that he could sail through this coming calamity. That girl has no filter, don't hold what she said to heart. The four of them walked, and he caught up with Little Butterfly and Jiu, with Su Chehan behind. Not at all. Little Butterfly gently shook her head. Hua Jiu smiled at Yi Futian. But maybe Linger was right. Yi Futian blinked his eyes, and Little Butterfly blushed and said, Jiu, don't think so much. Little Butterfly, you don't know this guy. He's tempted when he sees pretty girls. Especially you, so you must be careful around him. Hua Jiu said to Little Butterfly, smiling. Little Butterfly's face was a little redder, and Yi Futian was on the verge of tears. With a wife like this, who needed enemies? Jiu, if you continue like this, someone behind me will probably poison me. Yi Futian joked. Su Chehan looked at the three who were chatting in front of him and could not quite get the meaning right away. Senior brother wouldn't do that. Little Butterfly said, You didn't know that when I was in the herb garden your senior brother threatened me to watch my step? Yi Futian smiled and responded. Su Chehan's footsteps slowed and he gave Yi Futian a frosty look. Because of his cultivation, that is the temperament of my senior brother. Don't take it to heart. Little Butterfly did not look at Su Chehan, but just explained it. Yi Futian nodded, then stopped to wait for Su Chehan to catch up. Little Butterfly turned to look at the two men. Jiu pulled her hand and said, We'll go first. Even if great teacher Su wants to kill me now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Su Chehan. Su Chehan's gray pupils looked at Yi Futian, and a faint coldness exuded from him. He had heard of the Battle of Zhongzhou City. In the past few years his strength had improved greatly, and he had already become a high-level sage not long ago. However, Yi Futian killed 4 great sages in the siege, so defeating him wouldn't be easy. You can try. Su Chehan's voice was still cold. I know that great teacher Su is an expert at poison, but I have already experienced 2 rounds of trials, and am resistant to poison. Moreover, great teacher Su is our guest, so why the long face? I will not be inhospitable like great teacher Su. Yi Futian, referring to the time when his visits were rejected. Su Chehan gave Yi Futian a look. If you didn't have a wife, I wouldn't mind if you pursued Little Butterfly. But if you want Little Butterfly to be your concubine, you have another thing coming to you. You are so boring. It is much more fun to be with Little Butterfly. Yi Futian patted his shoulder and then accelerated to catch up with Hua Jiu and Little Butterfly in front. Su Chehan stiffened a bit, watching Yi Futian move forward and quickening his steps to catch up to the others. Yi Futian and the others were at the medicinal pool in the Holy Sage Pavilion, and this time it was an enclosed space. When Yi Futian entered the medicinal pool, Little Butterfly and Su Chehan were sweating. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu went together inside, and there was a terrible storm hovering above the medicinal pool in front of them. There was lightning that was constantly flashing, emitting a suffocating pressure. Yi Futian's heart beat wildly. Was this really a medicinal bath? But how was it that the medicine pool in front felt like a catastrophe that was enough to make one disappear into it? The face of Hua Jiyu had also changed, and she could feel the terrible aura that came from it and permeated the space. Little Butterfly was not as relaxed as she was before. Her beautiful eyes were solemn. Before she deliberately tried to appear relaxed in an attempt to relax herself. But in fact, she clearly knew that the medicinal bath that her master had personally prepared this time was truly terrible. Hua Jiyu's dainty hand that was holding Yi Futian sweated and exerted a little force as if she did not want Yi Futian to try. Before she had just heard about it, but she did not think that the medicinal trial would be so terrifying. The master said that this round of trials should have started when you become a top-level sage, or at the very least a mid-level sage. Considering your current plane, the master has reduced the potency of the medicinal bath. Little Butterfly looked at Yi Futian and said softly, "Got it?" Yi Futian nodded and walked forward, but the hand that held the hand of Hua Jiyu did not loosen, still holding on tightly. Turning his head, Yi Futian smiled at Hua Jiyu. It was the same as the two previous trials. "I just have to tough it out and all will be well." Hua Jiyu looked at Little Butterfly, and Little Butterfly squeezed out a smile. "It should be fine." It was only then that Hua Jiyu released her hand and helped Yi Futian to take off his coat. Yi Futian looked at Su Chehan. Could great teacher Su step aside? I am not used to being watched by a grown man. Su Chehan gave Yi Futian a cold look and then went away. "I will go out too." Little Butterfly whispered. "Little Butterfly, stay and help. I am afraid of any unexpected situations." Hua Jiyu said to her, so that Little Butterfly nodded as an agreement. On the body of Yi Futian there was a dazzling brilliance, and there were the sounds of dragons and apes coming out from his body. Even the faint shadow of the rock seemed to have appeared. At the same time, keeping a tight hold to his spiritual will, he stepped into the medicinal pool. In the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Great Zhou Sacred King sat in the Great Hall and listened to a messenger's report. The cultivators of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had appeared in the territory of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Their whereabouts were unknown, and it seemed they had broken up into cells, and many may have already infiltrated the holy capital. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty mobilized many cultivators to search and had made several arrests, but on the same token, some also died. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple seemed to have them pegged. It was said that the Glass Saint had disbanded the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, and now there was no one left at the temple. Glassy, Great Zhou Sacred King looked indifferently towards the distance and remembered the scene in the Imperial Mausoleum when Yi Futian held the sacred Glass Saint in his arms and had his way with her, and his eyes filled with endless thoughts of murder. Yi Futian treated her thusly, so why would she still help the barren state? I and Zhou Yanwang will embark, leading the Golden Phoenix Army. Other cultivators, stay and guard the palace. Great Zhou Sacred King commanded coldly. He would lead the most powerful army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to conquer, and the others would be more than enough to defend the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Boom, boom. At this time, there were violent trembling sounds coming from the Great Hall in the rear. Many people looked up over yonder, including the Great Zhou Sacred King, and suddenly there was a dazzling light flashing through his eyes, and he started toward that direction. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the Great Hall was breached. A beautiful and radiant blade of light went straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, everyone in the palace saw a sword, the divine sword. This divine sword went straight through the air, as if with a life of its own. Great Zhou Sacred King was extremely fast. In an instant, his palms extended, and a terrible golden phoenix appeared between heaven and earth. Its claws smacked down from the sky and grabbed toward the divine sword. However, at this moment the incomparable glory exploded from within the divine sword and it disappeared right where it was, crossing the void and appearing in the sky above. Great Zhou's sacred king looked extremely bad. Like a divine phoenix, he gave chase and wanted to waylay the divine sword. But that divine sword continued to shuttle through the void. Even the speed of Great Zhou's sacred king could not catch up with it. Very quickly, Great Zhou's sacred king gave up. He stood high in the sky, and a horrible air emitted from him, its power threatening the world. At the time, they used the life of Dozhan in exchange of Zhou Huang, the others, and also this divine sword. Now, the divine sword had taken flight on its own and disappeared. Clearly he had been had. This divine sword had a spirit and could stay and go on its own. However, who was controlling the divine sword? And where did the divine sword go on this day in the land of Eastern State? Many who were levitating in the sky saw that above the void there was a sword in flight on its own, continuing to cross the void until it disappeared at the edge of Eastern State. Chapter 971. At the end of the year 10016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, 9 states did not have the holiday atmosphere of past years. At the end of the year 10016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, 9 states did not have the holiday atmosphere of past years. In the barren state outside of Zhongzhou City in the endless sky there was a black eagle flying about, wings widespread as if it were patrolling. Groups of cultivators traveling by levitation entered the territory of Zhongzhou City. These were cultivators who had traveled from all over the 9 states. Just 5 or 6 years ago the people of 9 states had all but forgotten about the barren state. There was no value in the holy land of the barren state, so it was even excluded from 9 state forum. But today, this city at the center of barren state had become the eye of the storm in the 9 states. Countless powerful people came from far away in the past several months just to witness the battle that was forthcoming in Zhongzhou City. The 9 states had not had such a battle of this level for 100 years, so how could it not attract this kind of attention? It was rumored that the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all assembled an enormous army, but they did not immediately set off. According to some, the Hall of Holy Light had dispatched saints to the 3 holy lands of Endless Ocean and urged them to send great armies in support and had agreed upon a time of action. As if they had reached some kind of agreement, the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean also started calling in the powers of the islands in the territory, ready to make war with the barren state. Because several holy lands had agreed to send troops at the same time, it also caused delays for some time. After all, the strength of the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state, along with the backings of the Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, made even a principality as strong as the Hall of Holy Light dare not to challenge them alone. If only one force arrived, it was highly possible that the Holy Ji Palace would welcome the fight straight away, and the ending would be highly unpredictable. Finally, on the first day of the year 10017 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the conglomerate of the great armies from the 6 holy lands of the Hall of Holy Light, the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the North Deep, the Ocean Palace, and the Celestial Cliffs, departed almost at the same time, clearly launching a pre-planned joint attack. In 9 states, the turbulence had started. As for the other holy lands, the speculation was that currently Zhongzhou City must be filled with people who were gathered from all the holy lands in 9 states. It was just that they had not revealed their identities. In addition to the great armies from the 6 great holy lands, Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs and Kong Yao had been staying at Zhongzhou City. At this time, in a wine cellar in Zhongzhou City, there were a few people sitting quietly, drinking. Among them, there was an extraordinary elder who looked about 50, full of spirits and enthusiasm. His eyes were bright and alert, but full of gentle smiles that gave him a very comfortable presence. "Master, will the battle of the Holy Lands break out?" a young man asked the old man in front of him, who was another saint from the Yu State, Stone Saint. Stone Saint kept an extremely low profile, almost never interested in what went on in the outside world. In the Yu State, the Jisheng Cliffs had always been known as its first holy land. Although Stone Saint was also a cultivator of the Saint Plain, he was not well known. Many said that the stone saint had no quarrel with the world, just concentrating on cultivation. The saints of Holy Ji Palace have been evading the conflict, otherwise the great Zhou sacred king would have already made his move. As for this sacred war, if the Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were involved, and the Moon Saint and Glass Saint both appeared on the battlefield, it is possible that it would erupt in a war of the saints. Stone Saint said calmly. If the sacred war really broke out, it would not be the fall of only one or two people, but the destruction of large scale of cultivators. In that environment, even the cultivators of the Saint Plain would not be able to suppress the need to get involved. Does the master not have any thoughts on this? The young man asked again. Gods fighting, what more is there to think about? To participate as cannon fodder? Stone Saint gave his disciple a harsh stare, and suddenly the young man gave a surrendering smile. Indeed, in a fight of this scale, if they rushed into it, no matter which side one decided to take on, they would all be cannon fodder. Stone Saint drank up the wine in the cup, then looked up at the distance. He said, the people from the holy lands of the 9 states should have all arrived. They also want the inheritance of Renhuang, but it is a hot potato, and not so easy to be had. Let's go. As he finished speaking, he got up and walked out. Where is the master going? Those around the table also got up and tried to catch up with him. To the Holy Ji Palace, of course, the voice of Stone Saint was heard. Not only them, but countless others in Zhongzhou City also rushed toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. People in Zhongzhou City had heard the news that the major holy lands would join forces today to attack the Holy Ji Palace. Outside of Zhongzhou City there were demonic beasts patrolling every direction. At this time, along the border of Zhongzhou City in the westerly direction, a mighty army descended. This legion of tens of thousands were all riding upon divine implements, with the saints personally spending their power to control the implements to lead the way. Otherwise it would be totally impossible for this army to arrive at the Holy Ji Palace in just one day. The person leading them was Saint Ji. At this time, Saint Ji looked up into the sky. The other holy lands must be coming soon. Wait here. Saint Ji ordered. The 6 great holy lands had agreed to the time to move toward the Holy Ji Palace at the same time. Now that they had already entered the Zhongzhou City, there was no need to worry. Just wait for the appointed time and they could march directly toward the Holy Ji Palace. After some time, a beam of light shot from a distance with extreme speed, and it arrived in a blink of an eye. It was a cultivator of the Saint Plain. What is so urgent? Saint Ji saw the person who came and frowned. The saint who had arrived was the cultivator of the Hall of Holy Light. A large number of cultivators from the Qi clan came to the City of Holy Light, just in the area below the Hall of Holy Light, seemingly to box us in, the messenger replied. Upon hearing these words, Saint Ji's eyes became sharp with a terrible coldness. Qi clan of the Qi state, how dare they? Was there any exchange? Saint Ji asked. Yes, the messenger nodded, but the people of Qi clan denied that they were boxing us in. They just said that the cultivators of Qi clan have long admired the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light and have come to our hall to visit the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji's eyes revealed great viciousness that was pure cold murder. The Qi clan admiring the Hall of Holy Light for a long time? To pay tribute to the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light? This was a pile of nonsense. This was a naked threat from the Qi clan, plain and simple. They did not send people directly to participate in the battle, and they did not want to make enemies with the Holy Lands at the same time, so they came up with such a plan to go for the quick. To distract the attention of the Hall of Holy Light from the battle. I will leave some people here, you take the rest back. Saint Ji's voice was extremely cold as his eyes passed through the army. He then divided them into groups and kept a group of elite cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, and less than half of the cultivators from other areas in the region of the Hall of Holy Light. Those who turned back would at least be enough to cope with the cultivators from the Qi clan who gathered in a hurry at the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji believed that the Qi clan was more of a threatening force rather than one intent on attacking the Hall of Holy Light, otherwise it would have already happened. He understood what that old man, Saint Qi, was thinking about, to kill with a borrowed sword. As long as Yi Futian was alive, he would be a great threat to the Hall of Holy Light. Moreover, Qi clan did not need to offend other Holy Land forces, and it did not even need to directly be involved on the battlefield. He was truly tricky old fox. In the southerly region of Zhongzhou City, there were many humongous divine golden phoenixes descending. On the back of every divine phoenix there was a group of cultivators. Likewise, the great Zhou sacred king also did not bring all his people, but he brought with him his most elite troop, the Golden Phoenix Army. In the southeastern region, the three great holy lands of the Endless Ocean had arrived together. The demonic beasts in the outer area of Zhongzhou City continued to hover and flew toward the sky. When the 6 holy lands had all arrived, they set foot in this central city of the barren state and marched toward the same direction. The cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light continued to move forward. They passed by a Buddhist mountain in Zhongzhou City, and on top of the mountain there was a famous temple. When they passed through, there was a golden glow on the top of mountain, and the light of Buddha was spreading far and wide. Many looked in that direction and saw a shocking scene. There were 108 Buddhists who turned into a giant Buddha, releasing a blazing light of Buddha like a big statue of Buddha. Saint Ji glanced at the Buddhist mountain. In the land of the barren state, there was never the presence of such powerful monks. Clearly, those were the people of the Vajra region. It was just 108 people. Even if it was the 108 battling monks of the Vajra region, what could they do? How could they dream to subvert the situation? When the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light passed by, an even more brilliant light of Buddha shone forth, and then the Buddha stepped into the void like an immense and boundless Buddha walking on top of Zhongzhou City, each step spanning a great distance, following the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light. This had made many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light incredibly displeased. What was the meaning of these Vajra region cultivators? To follow them at every step. In different directions, the 6 great army went to the Holy Ji Palace, which led to the complete madness of the people in Zhongzhou City, who gathered and moved toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace in great terrible manner. In this horrible flow of people, a handsome figure in white followed along. He was a symbolic figure in the barren state, the future palace lord chosen by the Holy Ji Palace. But now he was mixed in the crowd like a common disciple of the barren state, heading for the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. His return today was but for his peace of mind. By the time he left, the 2 palace lords had died, so he left the Holy Ji Palace and the barren state to separate from the 9 states. He eventually went to the Jixia Holy Palace to cultivate, and then went to the upper worlds with Xia Qingyuan for the trial, and blessed with chance, he was chosen to be allowed to cultivate in the upper worlds. But no matter what the grievances were back in the days, he still owed a favor to the palace that taught him, and would never forget the teachings of his master. Today, when the Holy Ji Palace was in crisis, he could not stand by and do nothing. No matter the outcome of this battle, it would be him returning the favor to the palace. Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian looked at the distance, and beside him, all the cultivators above the sage plain had gathered together, waiting. They already knew that the 6 great holy coalition forces had descended, and were on their way to the Holy Ji Palace. It would not take long for them to step into the space above the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian slowly levitated, his eyes turning to look at everyone from the Holy Ji Palace. There were many old friends and many new faces. He said, "The battle today may be more dangerous than the time when the great Zhou sacred dynasty had descended. But what I have said remains. I am the lord of the Holy Ji Palace. If I survive, so will the palace. If the palace should die, so will I." The eyes of the people fastened on Yi Futian, their eyes revealing extreme determination and a strong sense of war. "And one more thing, if we win this battle, from then on in the 9 states no one will dare to bully to the Holy Ji Palace, or any of our disciples." Yi Futian's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Chapter 972. All eyes were on the young man who was hovering in the air at the Holy Ji Palace. All eyes were on the young man who was hovering in the air at the Holy Ji Palace. From that battle onwards, no one would have dared bully the Holy Ji Palace and any students from that holy land. Yi Futian had brought the Holy Ji Palace to lengths and achievements that the Holy Land of the barren state had never seen before in all those he had been in charge. Be it the Nine-State Forum or the skirmish at the Imperial Mausoleum, the Barren State had emerged victorious over all other holy lands of the Nine States. He came to possess the halberd of space and time, a divine implement left behind by the Ocean King and ranked third on the divine implements ranking. He had led them to victory against the great Zhou sacred dynasty and had reduced Jisheng Cliffs to a mere shadow of its former form. He had also killed 4 major figures ranked high in the sage ranking all by himself. There was no one throughout the 9 states who did not know Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, while the current state where 7 holy lands throughout the 9 states intended to ally themselves in an attempt to destroy the Holy Ji Palace was indeed a disaster, but it was nonetheless also an achievement that the people of the Holy Ji Palace were proud of as well. 7 major holy lands needed to ally themselves in order to take on the Holy Ji Palace in present. There was simply no holy land that dared challenge the Holy Ji Palace all on their own. While battle rose and Yi Futian gazed at the faces in the air and continued, I heard that there are some within the Holy Ji Palace who claim that we would be safe so long as we hand over Jyoga. While it is true that the crisis could be averted if we would just hand Jyoga over, but if someone were to demand Huang Jyoga from the Holy Ji Palace, then there would be people demanding me to hand over someone else from the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Unless the Holy Ji Palace is fine with being at the bottom end of holy lands throughout the 9 states, any talk would be futile given how we're not even daring enough to fight for what is ours. If I'm unable to protect even just Huang Jyoga alone, then I wouldn't be qualified to protect the holy land that had been around for ages. Yi Futian scanned everyone present and his voice roused his audience to high spirits. I shall be fighting in this matter at the very forefront at any given moment. The battle fought today shall be fought in the Holy Ji Palace's honor. Countless students of the Holy Ji Palace felt their heart burning. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Demon, Lord of the Sword Palace said in a brimming voice. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Saint said solemnly. For the Holy Ji Palace? Voices were heard here and there. For the Holy Ji Palace, countless voices were heard from the sky. It was the only voice that reverberated throughout the entire Holy Ji Palace. Morale had never been so high. Among the crowd, the Sword was seen sitting solemnly, guarding the area all on his own. Yuan Hong led an army garrisoning another area, Qin Zhuang and the other 8 swordsmen sitting on the ground in formation, Hua Jiyu, Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen and the others standing by, as well as the palace lord's brothers and sisters in training. There was also Lu Zixuan, who had just joined the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. Her eyes were fixed on the silhouette in the air. He knew that the handsome figure was something godlike and worthy of worship in that holy land of the Barren State. There were Goddess Dai and great teacher Su from the 9 State College. Even they were inspired due to standing among the crowd and experiencing the heat from all the others around them. Goddess Dai's eyes reddened somewhat and said, "It's truly my honor to be able to join this fight." Su Chehan stared at the sky. While it was true that the figure above was a bit of a douche, he was nonetheless very charming at the moment. If it had not been for the fact that he was already married, Little Butterfly would have earned herself a good husband if she were to marry him. It would have at least been better than to have her following Su Chehan. Yi Futian went on with medicine tests throughout the days. While the entire course of 81 days was not completed, but it was nonetheless considered a success for being able to get so far. Little Butterfly's teacher said that if Yi Futian was able to make it through the first day, then they shall help Yi Futian out. As such, even though Su Chehan had no liking for Yi Futian, he would have still joined the fight. But then again, even if his teacher did not give such an order, there was still no way he would have sat by and do nothing if Little Butterfly intended to fight. Demonic beasts circled around in the air, and their eyes looked far away. In the Holy Sage Pavilion, there were matrices protecting those below Sage Plane. However, many in the air gazed at the silhouettes appearing above the Holy Sage Pavilion and everyone understood that the upcoming battle was one that would have decided the fate of the Holy Ji Palace. If the Holy Ji Palace were to emerge victorious, few would have been able to shake Yi Futian in the future. He was nigh invincible at Sage Plane, and if a saint of the 9 states intended to kill him when he became a saint one day, it would not have been easy as well. The Holy Ji Palace stood as long as Yi Futian stood. If the Holy Ji Palace were to lose, there would have been no holy lands left in the barren state, and things would have looked bleaker than it used to be. Demonic beasts howled high up in the air, and terrifying might was sensed from far away. Although few were able to extend their spiritual powers that far, but they felt the immense pressure coming their way. The pressure of the army preceded the army itself. "They're here," many quipped deep down, and Yi Futian's eyes looked far away ahead. The deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the space, and formless current ebbed in the air, growing increasingly powerful, and the demonic beasts circling in the air continued to howl. They were very restless, and Yi Futian was able to feel what they were feeling clearly. Even demonic beast at the pinnacle of Sage Plain felt so as well. They were about to face a 60,000-strong army, and things would have no longer been like how it was back in the Imperial Mausoleum, where there were only a handful of top-notch figures from a myriad of holy lands. Eventually, brilliant shimmer was seen. Saint Ji and the mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light reached first before everyone else, stopping outside the Holy Ji Palace, and stood high above the air, as if they were a celestial army. The howl of the phoenix was heard as well, and bright flames were seen burning in the sky. The Zhou Sacred King and Zhou Yanwang, both saints, arrived, as well as the Golden Phoenix army. Their numbers were comparatively few, as many mighty ones were held back by the people of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Saint Shihua arrived shortly after. All three of the saints of the Shihua Sacred Mountain were there. Their numbers were the greatest among the three forces. Vast, powerful might was felt in another direction. The people of the Holy Ji Palace turned around and found an allied force consisted of 3 armies from the Endless Ocean arrived, boosting the greatest number. The ocean state was situated at the Endless Ocean. Their area was vast and cultivators aplenty. Countless islands were controlled by the 3 holy lands of the ocean state. One could have only imagined how vast such an allied army would have been as they blocked out the sky. While spirits remained high among the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, but they were unable to help but shudder nonetheless, after sensing the solid, undeniable might of the invaders. The golden light of the Buddha shimmered from far away, ringing in the air. Many turned to look at that direction and found a powerful ancient Buddha-like figure running in the air. "Is Vajra region getting themselves into this as well?" Saint Ji said coldly. The monks of the Vajra region had been coming alongside them before, and it was obvious that the monks were not on their side. The Lord of the Vajra region advised them back in the Imperial Mausoleum to let their enemies go after all. 108 warrior monks from the Vajra region has come seeking the path of enlightenment. A voice was heard rumbling in the air. The dazzling light of the Buddha got increasingly close to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian saw them heading towards the Holy Ji Palace before descending to the ground at the same time. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace was getting ready to fight, but Yi Futian waved and prevented them from activating the matrices. A loud rumble was heard as dust was sent flying. 108 warrior monks seemed to have coalesced into a single Buddha as they stacked on top of one another. The monks stepped on the shoulders of each other. The higher the levels, the fewer the monks seen standing. Only one monk stood at the very top. He was dressed in a Kasaya garb and looked very young. Despite being a monk, he looked very handsome, and his eyes seemed to possess some mystical powers capable of seeing through people's minds. He was seen closing his hands together and chanted a string of Buddhist chants at Yi Futian. Yusheng stood up and stepped forward, bowing slightly to the monk at the very top, appearing very respectful. The one before them was the leader of the 108 warrior monks of Vajra region. "Brother Tianxin," Yusheng called. Yi Futian heard Yusheng's voice and took a look at the monk, before nodding and addressing him, "Master Tianxin." "Palace Lord Yi." The monk returned the gesture to Yi Futian. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace turned their eyes at the monk, and they came to admire him somewhat. Number 3 on the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, Monk Tianxin of the Vajra region. He did not participate in the previous orthodoxy battles, or he might have become a saint over a decade ago. It was said throughout the 9 states that Monk Tianxin had no intentions of borrowing any external implements and wanted to come to enlightenment on his own. He was ranked 3rd only because he did not participate in the last orthodoxy battles, while Jiya, who went about beating people up, went all the way to be ranked second. Many people held the belief that the powers of monk Tianxin of the Vajra region easily rivaled that of Jia. Yu Xing, many of our younger brothers claim to want to ask for guidance from you, and thus we came all the way here. Monk Tianxin smiled as he replied to Yu Xing. We shall have all the time in the world to do so after this battle, Yu Xing said as he looked at the monks of the Vajra region. As pompous as always, some monk quipped. Be careful, Yu Xing. I'm not going to go easy on you this time, someone else said as well. Very well, we shall fight to our heart's content after this. Yu Xing nodded. Tianxin, are you seeking enlightenment or death? Jiya's eyes were seen glaring at them from afar, at the Hall of Holy Light's direction. His murderous intent was sharp and unmistakable. Tianxin turned around to look at Jiya, who continued, if you're seeking enlightenment, go elsewhere. If you're seeking death, feel free to stay. Tianxin looked at him and closed his hands. The light of the Buddha shimmered all over him and he said, your senses are corrupted and shall need Buddhist methods to cleanse them. How do we go about that, big brother? Monks from beneath asked. Through expiating the soul, monk Tianxin answered. Mercy. The monk beneath nodded. Jiya's eyes were incredibly cold. The number 2 and number 3 on the sage rankings seemed to be at each other's throats before the army began fighting. Powerful aura was sensed from far away. Saint Ji and Saint Shihua wore cold expressions. They knew the mighty ones from the Yu clan were 3 as well. With the mighty ones from the 6 holy lands about to raise the Holy Ji Palace, the Yu clan at the rear would have been able to mess up the army's formations once the fighting commenced. Saintly might flooded the place at the moment. 2 figures were seen descending at the Holy Ji Palace's direction. It was Saint Xia and Saint Li, leading mighty ones from both the Xia clan and the 9 State College. We're here to watch, Saint Xia said. Their silhouette came before the Holy Sage Pavilion and said, this is where the Holy Ji Palace's nobles are. Please don't attack in this direction. Saint Li, how about a game of chess? Saint Xia said to Saint Li, sure. Saint Li nodded and they both set up the game high above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Students of the Xia clan and the 9 State College were behind them. Lin Shubai and Tong He, extremely renowned students of the 9 State College, were there as well. Their eyes were on the battlefield. When the battle was over, the sage and saint rankings would have been rearranged. They were not alone. Many throughout the 9 states were standing by to watch the battle from far away, not daring to get too close. A figure dressed in white descended quietly at the Holy Ji Palace's direction from the sky. Many eyes looked at the figure and even Yi Futian was rather startled to see him. The sword demon, Sage Daozong, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng and many others looked at him. They were all very familiar to Bai Luli. Bai Luli simply watched the armies about while saying nothing. Welcome back to the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian looked at him and said. Since Bai Luli was willing to fight for the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had no intentions of being petty with him over what happened in the past. Chapter 973, Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the Sacred King all took the respective corners, at the front of the 3 armies they led. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the Sacred King all took the respective corners, at the front of the 3 armies they led. They knew that the mighty ones of the Yu clan were at their rear, but they did not care. They took the same attitude with those from the Vajra region. As for Bai Luli, few even paid any heed to him. The power of one individual was utterly insignificant in a sacred war at such a scale. Only the likes of Yi Futian would have been able to somehow affect the battles. However, if the power difference was too great, he still would not have been able to change anything. The battle that time was to be the true sacred war. Furthermore, one that had 10 holy lands involved just from the surface alone. The scale was simply terrifying. In such sacred wars, the power of one was insignificant unless said one was a saint. Get into formation, Saint Ji said. The armies of the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all gotten into formation, and there were a lot of battle matrices used. The Hall of Holy Light and the Shihua Sacred Mountain were not the only forces available within their state after all. There were also other top forces within their territory. The allied forces of the 3 holy lands of the Ocean State had gotten into formation after all. At that very instant, The holy Ji palace of the barren state felt as if they were going to be drowned. The stifling pressure made the place difficult to draw breath. The battle matrices of the 6 major holy lands moved in the holy Ji palace's direction. While they had blind confidence of being able to come out on top in that battle, they dared not underestimate their opponents nonetheless. All holy lands were on their guard, as it was a battle with one's life on the line. Any mistake could have easily cost them huge casualties. They intended to win with little to no casualties after all. What they set out to do was to wipe out the holy Ji palace with the least cost incurred. "Activate the matrix," Yang Xiao said loudly. Mighty Ones activated the matrices in all different directions as soon as he gave the order. Brilliant light burst from the ground of the holy Ji palace in an instant. Boundless patterns appeared, devouring the spiritual qi around in a frenzy and converting them into power of rules, merging with the matrix diagram. The mighty ones from the holy Ji palace took the upcoming fight with utmost seriousness. The stifling pressure grew increasingly strong. The ones from the 6 major holy lands came above the holy Ji palace. One battle matrix after another lit up. Boundless light glimmered before the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light at their direction. A very tall celestial god appeared in the sky, shining with boundless light. Its light rained downward and turned incredibly sharp, as if it was raining swords of light onto the holy Ji palace. "Activate the black turtle matrix," Yang Xiao said loudly, and beams of light shot up. A huge, gigantic beast seemed to have sprung up from the earth. Loud rumbles were heard and the entire holy Ji palace shook. A boundlessly huge black turtle appeared above the holy Ji palace, enveloping everyone within the battle matrix. The mighty ones far away shuddered at the scene. It was worth noting that the holy Ji palace was of the size of a small city. One was only able to imagine how large the turtle would have been to envelop the entire holy Ji palace. The scene before them was earth-shattering. The holy Ji palace had given its all to manifest such a super matrix. The light raining down on the black turtle naturally was unable to do anything. However, the celestial godlike god of light continued to grow in size. An unervingly holy sword of light appeared in its hand, showering the ground below with shimmering light. The sword was one that would have cleaved the heavens. A mountain god appeared at the Shihua sacred mountain's corner. Its body was immensely huge as well and filled to the brim with power. The golden phoenix battle matrix was activated at the great Zhou sacred dynasty's side. A golden phoenix out to block the sky out appeared in the air. The flames seemed to have burned the sky as its huge wings flapped. Waves of heat washed all over the place. Even those watching from afar found it unbearable if they were of weaker training. The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean brought their powers to bear as well. They either summoned huge beasts or activated super battle matrices, bursting with unparalleled might. The mighty ones of the Yu clan appeared and looked at the battlefield before them, yet they did not make any move. The Moon Saint was the one taking the lead. If the holy Ji palace was unable to even withstand the first wave of attack, it would have meant that they were simply too weak. If the ones from the holy Ji palace were to be so easily eliminated, it would have been pointless for the Yu clan to join the battle, as they would have simply walked to their deaths. They needed to see that the holy Ji palace being able to survive through the attacks and get into very heated stage of the fights, before they saw it to be time to attack. They were to then went all the way to the core of the enemy's camp and finished the enemy off in one go. In that direction, there were still others who watched the battle between the Yu clan and the holy Ji palace. The number of such people were few, so much so that their numbers could have considered pathetic in comparison to the armies in the field. They were none other than the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. The figure taking the lead was none other than Saint Ji, and Kong Yao was standing by his side. However, there was still a group of people behind Saint Ji who did not emanate any aura, yet possessed exceptional bearing. All of them wore cold, haughty looks on their faces as they watched the battlefield without being fettered by anything. Murderous intent was seen in Saint Ji's eyes. Yi Futian would have definitely perished on that day. The celestial godlike figure brought the sword of light in its hand down on the battlefield, dropping from high above all the way down to the black turtle matrix. An earth-shattering noise was heard as the matrix cracked like a spider web. At the very next moment, the huge mountain god made its move and the entire Holy Ji Palace shook. Saint Xia and Saint Li, who were playing chess at the moment, had to emanate faint auras to stabilize the game. Both men continued to place their pieces as if the battlefield did not exist. The continuous rumble rattled their surroundings, and every rumble shook the hearts of all present. "Get the kuei up," Yang Xiao shouted his order. Another layer of matrix seemed to have been activated within the black turtle matrix. A kuei after another appeared and devastating storms built up within the matrix. The kueis brought thunderous rumbles ringing about within the Holy Ji Palace, bringing the devastating lightning storm to its critical point, as if the apocalypse was near. Boom! A rumble was heard and the black turtle broke. At the very next moment, the kueis roared at the heavens and the previously suppressed devastating lightning storm was thicker than an ancient tree, shooting skywards. In that one instant, that space seemed to be on the verge of total collapse. Terrifying rumbles continued to be heard. The god of light and the mountain god were both torn to shreds right there and then. The golden phoenix was destroyed as well. However, the terrifying light of the lightning seemed to be out to destroy everything like a calamity of the great path, heading straight for the battle matrices of the 6 holy lands, forcing the mighty ones to get into formation and activating defenses. "Carry on," St. Ji said coldly. Since the Holy Ji Palace had matrices laid in place, then all they had to do was simply to bring their armies to bear, destroying the matrices. The mighty ones continued descending as they focused their attacks, launching devastating might in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. Terrifying light of devastation appeared above the Holy Ji Palace in an instant. The matrix of the kuei was still at work when the weather changed. Everyone in the Holy Ji Palace shivered before a sheet of frost appeared in the air. Their surroundings turned pale white and extremely cold, as if everything was soon to be frozen. Many felt as if the blood in their veins were about to stop flowing in the cold. Their bodies were hardly able to move. What was worse was that even during the cold, lightning and firestorms came nonetheless. "Press on," Saint Shihua said, ordering his men. While there had been many who were injured from attacks, but neither Saint Ji nor Saint Shihua seemed to hesitate. They ordered their men to simply press on with attacks. If they were to be held back by the matrices, they would have only suffered greater losses. They did not expect the chess saint's eldest student to survive in the Nether Sword Mound all those years ago and came back to bite them. Those matrices were definitely his work, which had enough weight to steer the direction of the war. But then again, it would have only been so when both sides were of comparable powers. The stifling pressure in the Holy Ji Palace grew increasingly powerful. Their eyes turned towards one direction and Yi Futian was seen standing quietly, totally unfettered as he simply looked up at the battlefield in the air. He came to resemble a statue. Seeing mighty ones coming at them, Yi Futian stepped up and expanded his spiritual powers. A huge matrix diagram lit up within that spot of the Holy Ji Palace, getting increasingly bright. Heaven-splitting sword will emerge from beneath the diagram in an instant. One sword aura after another shot through the ground and headed for the clouds. The entire Holy Ji Palace was completely lit up at that moment. The swords rang and one sword after another shot through the diagram from underneath the Holy Ji Palace, before hovering above the diagram. "Retreat! Retreat!" Saint Ji and Saint Shihua and many other mighty ones said at the same time. They all knew about the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State borrowing swords and they speculated it was for laying out sword matrices. What they had no idea about was how powerful the matrix would have been. However, at that very moment, they felt a sword aura that was so intense that it could have killed everything in its path. At the very least, for anyone below St. Plain, they would have definitely died if they were to be caught at the center of that storm. The mighty ones retreated to the sky. However, at that very instant, countless swords of the Holy Ji Palace circled around the diagram, turning into terrifying vortex of the sword. The immense sword aura shot to the sky. If one were to view from afar, it would have looked as if countless swords were fighting upwards against the current, with full intentions of tearing the sky to shreds. At the same time, boundless sword will gathered at the same place. A giant sword capable of cleaving everything in its path appeared there. "Go!" A cold word was uttered by Yi Futian. The sword flew straight to meet its target as soon as he finished. Blood splattered wherever the sword flew as no one had been able to fight it. Everyone retreated in a frenzy. The surroundings of the giant sword was filled with untold numbers of swords borrowed from all over the barren state. Every single blade was filled with the power of the sword matrix, making them invincible. A rain of blood began to fall above the holy Ji palace at that moment. Many were pierced and eerie shrieks were heard everywhere. Regardless of plane, even if one were to be at the pinnacle of St. Plain, there was only one slash from the swords required if one were to find themselves at the center of the storm. Yi Futian slowly took to the air. The halberd of space and time appeared in his hand, emitting terrifying killing light. "Kill," Yi Futian said as he turned into a beam of light, heading straight for the heavens. He was seemingly honoring his promise in a literal manner, always at the forefront at any given moment. Kill. Thunderous noises were heard as the mighty ones of the holy Ji palace took the sky. Their enemies' formations were in shambles, and it was a chance as good as any other to launch attacks. The sacred war involving 10 holy lands had finally and thoroughly commenced at full force. Chapter 974. Yi Futian rode hard with the halberd of time and space in his hands, emitting glorious radiance, smacking the powerful cultivators whose formation had been disrupted in the void. Yi Futian rode hard with the halberd of time and space in his hands, emitting glorious radiance, smacking the powerful cultivators whose formation had been disrupted in the void. However, at the same moment Yi Futian took action, shadows levitated alongside him, following closely behind, vaguely suggesting a winged formation with Yi Futian out in front and people on both sides of him guarding his flanks. The two closest to him were Hua Jiyu on the left and Yu Sheng on the right. Behind them were Huang Jioga on the left and Sword Saint on the right. Further back there were two battle matrices, Qin Zhuang and the 9 swordsmen, who were experts in offense, and the Lord of the Ice Temple, who was excellent at control, were manning the sorcerer's battle matrix and were responsible for attacks and guarding Yi Futian. No matter how great Yi Futian's personal strength was, this was a battle between great armies. In any case, nothing could happen to Yi Futian. If any mishaps should happen to Yi Futian, the morale of the army of the Holy Ji Palace would disintegrate immediately, and what awaited them would be an apocalypse. At this time, an illusion of a saint faintly appeared behind Hua Jiyu. Gold-beating whip in hand, her alluring beauty appeared in the battlefield like a unique landscape. But at this time her body exuded an extremely dangerous atmosphere, so that wherever she passed everyone felt that their spiritual will was extremely threatened. Behind Hua Jiyu a brilliant glory was upon the body of Huang Jioga, and behind him the life spirit of Renhuang bloomed so that his element increased tremendously. With the Renhuang bow in hand, wherever the arrow pointed to those in the void felt that they had been locked onto. As for the other side, a great demonic power was permeating into the bodies of Yu Sheng and Sword Saint, sweeping through the sky and the void. The group moved swiftly and drove into the army of the opponent in an instant. Numerous cultivators formed a frightening mass, enough to cause fear in many of the beholders. However, under the observation of countless people, Yi Futian rushed toward it without hesitation. The glory of the halberd of time and space shrouded the vast void, and the halberd in Yi Futian's hands pierced toward the sky. At this moment, the time and space of heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned and the expressions of many changed slightly. Soon after, the void ruptured and the halberd pierced through the space, and wherever passed the bodies of cultivators were pulverized and exploded, opening a passage of blood by the halberd of time and space. Move forward with the formation, they must be killed at all costs. Saint Ji stood above the sky, his eyes surveying the battlefield where Yi Futian was located. Even if he had to sacrifice a large number of people today, he would bury Yi Futian here. People rushed in to attack from all directions at the same time, and Hua Jiyu followed Yi Futian closely, moving forward step by step, her spirit crown beaming with radiant light just like a goddess. An invisible telekinesis power shrouded the spiritual will of many cultivators. Thunder's mind, heavenly punishment, Hua Jiyu said, and suddenly many felt their spiritual will attacked by a thunder telekinetic power, causing their will to collapse, their bodies to tremble and their minds stopped working. But arrows penetrated the void and directly pierced through the heads of those cultivators. With Huang Jiuge's Renhuang Bao supported by Hua Jiu's telekinesis attack, its power was extremely forceful. From the side, there were cultivators who came to attack Hua Jiu and Huang Jiuge. These two were also extremely important targets. Hua Jiu was the wife of Yi Futian, and the Huang Jiuge was the reason for this sacred war, who received the inheritance of Renhuang. As soon as this group was terminated, all this would end. Seeing that many had come in attack mode, the sword diagram appeared between heaven and earth, slaughtering all things. Qin Zhuang and the 9 swordsmen marched forward in the matrix and brought with them the invincible authority of the sacred sword. Great Zhou's sacred king looked bad when he saw this. The sacred sword that was used within Qin Zhuang's matrix was the golden phoenix sword from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. When Zhou Huang was killed, the sword was taken by Yi Futian. On the right side were the battle axe of judgment, wielded by Yu Sheng, and the demonic bladed used by Sword Saint. Wherever these weapons passed through, the heaven and earth seemed to have been split open, not to mention with the help of sorcerers such as Yun Shang, anyone who got too close was sealed in ice, affecting their speed. Cultivators who were lowly had their blood solidified, directly turned into ice sculptures. Individual power was insignificant and completely overwhelmed. Great Zhou's sacred king saw this, and the golden phoenix battle matrix turned into an immense shadow of the golden phoenix attacking Yi Futian, intending on intercepting Yi Futian and the others. But a wild and brutal atmosphere came about, and Zhou Mian, who led the golden phoenix battle matrix, saw an immensely large golden ape holding the infinite ruler come towards the void from underneath. Yuan Hong led 1,000 or so martial cultivators from the palace, using the 36 heavenly battle matrices as basis battles, forming a greater battle matrix manned by him, and the infinite ruler swept toward the golden phoenix battle matrix. This divine implement was also plundered from the infinite palace in the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The golden phoenix wings, like the wings from the sky, smashed down with force. Zhou Mian manned the golden phoenix battle matrix and collided directly against the heavenly battle matrix. In the void, infinite ruler and the golden phoenix wings collided, and a devastating storm swept across heaven and earth. The void seemed on the verge of being torn apart, and dull sounds were heard. The body of the golden ape was repelled. He leveraged the heavenly battle matrix, and its strength was terrible. However, the golden phoenix army was the most elite army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, its royal army. At this time, the cultivators of the golden phoenix army were released the natal spirit of the golden phoenix at the same time. The scene played out dazzlingly, and it was once again manned by Zhou Mian. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Booming sounds rumbled like suppressed thunder, the humongous body of the golden ape trembling as it was backing up, and the infinite ruler in its hand waved again, gathering the power of heaven and earth as endless shadows of rulers permeated the firmament, sheltering the sky and sun. Yuan Hong took a step and the golden ape let out a roar that shocked the sky. The infinite ruler, employing the stick method, once again slammed down, with the ruler as the stick, smashing with the power that would break the heavens. Boom! Another loud noise, shocking the void, and Yuan Hong was once again repelled, but he seemed unaware, still waving the infinite ruler again and again. The firmament seemed to have been made prisoner of the power that was released from him, hard to breathe. Continuous strokes of the ruler smacked down, and every collision seemed to tear the void into pieces. All that was left in this space was just the shadows of rulers, with the golden phoenix wings chopping down in frenzy, sharper than the sharpest sword, cutting the void, and breaking up the shadows of the ruler, slashing into the body of Yuan Hong. Within the golden phoenix battle matrix and the heavenly battle matrix, many cultivators had been killed outright, and many more cultivators spat out blood, their life signs weak. This was war, a sacred war among the 10 holy lands. In this war, it was unknown how many people would perish. After this war, it would change the future power structure of 9 states. Another snarl came out, and Yuan Hong's body emitted an extremely demonic atmosphere. His body increased again. The golden ape, like a demonic god, shook the firmament with its steps. The infinite ruler that was in his hand swung wildly, and there was a terrible vortex appearing between the heaven and the earth, like a vortex of the great path. Finally, infinite ruler came down with all the force, enveloping the entire sky and covered the golden phoenix battle matrix within. At the same time, the cultivators of the golden phoenix opened their wings almost at the same moment, and the endless infinite wings smashed down from above the sky, colliding madly with the shadows of the ruler that had populated the sky. The shocking sound of explosions spread throughout the land, destructive storm raged, and many cultivators spat blood at the same time, and many even fell, so the battle matrix had collapsed. The cultivators within the golden phoenix battle matrix were instantly split apart and divided, along with the heavenly battle matrix, which also split apart with all the cultivators disrupted. The battle was shocking to behold. Yuan Hong seemed to be not aware of it, the golden blood dripping from his body, but he continued to step towards Zhou Mian, unstoppable. Zhou Mian looked at Yuan Hong's golden pupils that were burning red with demon blood. He had completely plunged into a state of maddened violence. Yuan Hong, at the moment, could probably only see murder in his eyes. When his hand made a grabbing motion, a cultivator of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was directly torn to pieces, but Yuan Hong did not even take a look at him, simply continuing to move forwards, trampling several top sages along the way. Zhou Mian looked solemn, his eyes equally cold, burning with flames that jumped forward. The two separated from the battle matrices, once again colliding without any ceremony. In another battlefield, the battle matrix led by Jia wanted to intercept Yi Futian personally, but there were cultivators who were continuously flew out in front of them by the shocks. The radiant golden light of the Buddha shone, and as Jiya's eyes turned he saw that 108 battle monks had arrived in front of them. These 108 battle monks stacked together, causing a brilliant halo to form around them, and faintly a shadow of an enormous Buddha loomed, thousands of feet high. All the battle monks put their hands together, with the sound of Buddha lingering in chant, drilling into the eardrums of everyone around. "You bald donkeys are asking for it?" Jia looked incredibly frosty. A bright war god started to take shape at the battle matrix where he was, and the light that shone from it had hidden within it a terrible killing power. "I will now bless you into the other world," Monk Tianxin said. And as soon as his voice fell, the glory of the Buddha was even more blazingly bright. Jia said nothing further. The bright war god figure released endless blinding light, and each ray was like an indestructible sharp sword. Even though it was not as powerful as before the matrix was breached, the battle matrix formed by Jiya's gathering of the finest of Hall of Holy Light was equally terrible in strength. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. That Buddha, like the ancient Vajra Buddha, turned into a genuine invincible golden body, hands clasped together at the chest, with its head slightly bowed down, eyebrow chakra touching the palm like a special seal of the Buddha, so that when the endless killing light came to assassinate it was impossible to break the Buddha's indestructible body. The reputation of Vajra region was not gained in vain. At the moment, that golden body was the epitome of the Vajra region. 108 battle monks moved in unison as if one, their lips trembling rapidly, and from the corners of their lips there was a constant stream of the sound of Buddha that turned into Sanskrit and flew out, surrounding the Vajra region so that the light of Buddha was ever more blazing, and the body of the Buddha also became more massive. Overhead, it seemed that a sun had appeared, shining upon the world, the Mahavairākana reincarnate. Monk Tianxin slowly retracted his right hand and then extended it forward, his movement extremely slow. Above the void, that boundless giant Buddha moved exactly the same as he. The palms slowly pressed downward from the sky, and there was a world between the heavens and the earth. There was no huge palm print, and between the heaven and earth there appeared an immense palm print, the palm of Mahavairākana, extremely young and masculine, that could slaughter all evils in the world. Chapter 975. Upon the palm of Mahavairākana, great rays of sun bloomed and even overshadowed the light shooting out from the body of the bright god of war. The air seemed to be sucked of its moisture, and the palm that was full of young and masculine energy slammed down to crush heaven and earth. Upon the palm of Mahavrakana, great rays of sun bloomed and even overshadowed the light shooting out from the body of the bright god of war. The air seemed to be sucked of its moisture, and the palm that was full of yang and masculine energy slammed down to crush heaven and earth. Jiya was looking solemn. It was rumored that the battle monks of the Vajra region were experts of warfare. Now the 108 battle monks had turned into a matrix, everyone's movements resonating with each other's exactly the same. Obviously, this was the result of long and arduous practice, so skilled that no common battle matrices could be compared. His hand-pinching sword techniques made the light even more brazen. The bright sacred sword slashed out as if to break open the void, like a beam of light that was shot through the sky. An incredibly heavy power descended, and the bright sacred sword and the palm of Mahavrakana collided, creating terrifying light. Above the palm of Mahavrakana there was endless golden glory that continued to press down. The bright sacred sword rubbed against the palm print and cracks appeared but did not pulverize it, and instead it flew backward. Fall. Monk Tianxin spat it out, the palm slammed down, and suddenly the Buddha on top acted in sync. The palm of Mahavrakana, with such a force and sudden increased speed, plowed through everything as if they were just bamboo, and instantly fell on the body of the bright god of war. Great roaring sounds came out, and the body of the bright battle matrix exploded. The cultivators who manned the matrix were all shaken off, and many spat out blood. Jia, who was in the lead, also quickly flew in retreat, the eyes that focused on the battle monks of the Vajra region full of cold intent of murder. Resentment and sorrow are both bitter. Allow me to bless you into the great beyond, which would be a great contribution to the world. Monk Tianxin sounded solemn and the light of Buddha was burning ever more brightly, but Jiya's face was now more hateful. He ranked second on the sage ranking. That was ahead of Monk Tianxin. If it were one-to-one combat he felt he would not be weaker than the other, but the Buddha's battle matrix was way too powerful. It was difficult for him to overcome it. Bald donkey, you are full of nonsense. The Buddha has already known of your blasphemy, now go to hell. Jiya responded coldly. He extended his hand, and suddenly a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was rather curious, with sharp teeth on its body, frightening to behold. Even more terrifying was that when the sword came out, the power in Jiya's body was swallowed madly by it. Saint Ji was determined to want Yi Futian dead. Further away upon the holy sage pavilion, Saint Li, who was playing chess, whispered. Yes, he had handed over the sword of judgment to Jiya. Saint Xia nodded. With the talent that Yi Futian had demonstrated in the imperial mausoleum, if he was not dead, the one who would die might be Saint Ji. Yi Futian's talent was no longer just simply limited to prove the divine path. Saint Ji, ranked fifth among the saints on the sage and saint ranking, had a divine implement, though not of the top 3 in the 9 states, that was also a most tyrannical sword of judgment which ranked 8th on the 9 states' divine implement rankings. The strength of Jiya was impossible to control, and the tenacity of the sword of judgment was that it could swallow the rules of heaven and earth of its own accord and could cause great repercussions against Jiya. His power alone was far from enough. In the hands of Yi Futian, he wielded the 3rd-ranking divine implement, the halberd of time and space, so Saint Ji handed the sword of judgment over to Jiya, apparently as a countermeasure against Yi Futian. However, he was forced to use it in advance by the 108 battle monks of the Vajra region. At this time, Jiya's body shivered slightly, and the power of the endless light rushed into the sword of judgment, creating a terrible vortex in the space surrounding it. Not just him, but many cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light gathered together and stood behind Jiya, their looks solemn, even pious, allowing their own power to flow into the sword of judgment. The sword of judgment trembled in the void, shooting out endless light as if it could judge all the rules of the great path of the world, and the surrounding area already had a terrible intent of destruction. Seeing this, the monk Tyaxin was no longer looking so relaxed. Once again, he clasped his hands to his chest, Sanskrit chanting came out from his mouth, and endless symbols surrounded him. The 108 battle monks seemed to be psychically connected to each other, and the power of the great path seeped out, and behind the monks and above them, 108 materialized. Chanting the sutra at the same time, They resonated with the heaven and earth with unspeakable prowess. These Buddha reached their hands downward at the same time, and their palms sheltering the sky and covered the sun. However, Jia seemed to not have seen it, completely ignoring it. The tyranny of Sword of Judgment had its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it was extremely difficult to invoke, and it could even consume the power of the holder as its own and cause great harm to the holder. But this disadvantage was also its advantage. For this reason alone, he could borrow the power of the sword and magnify his own, without being limited to his own strength. Furthermore, there were many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light who were attacking with him. The muscles on Jiya's face were faintly distorted, but his eyes were even more indifferent. With him and the Sword of Judgment as the center, a terrible airflow now manifested around them as if the great path of heaven and earth was also to be judged. Countless palm prints slammed towards him, but wherever they impacted the space where the Sword of Judgment was located, the palm prints collapsed bit by bit until they were torn and pulverized. The Sword of the Judgment chimed, and the light that was puffing out from it penetrated the void. Go! Jiya's palm pushed toward the void, and suddenly the Sword of Judgment turned into a light intending to kill, aiming towards the 108 battle monks. Jiya's eyes were filled with rapacious thoughts of slaughter. If these people of Vajra region were seeking death, he would gladly oblige. When the Sword of Judgment was unsheathed, the one who died should have been Yi Futian, but now it seemed that these bald donkeys would die in his place first. The sword chi spewed out far and wide, and people who were battling around it were now flying and backed out from the battlefield. The Sword of Judgment ran through the void to get to the monks. The sound of chanting was now even louder, resonating with the heaven and earth. Monk Tianxin's lips moving rapidly, and the cassock upon his body swayed without wind, and so were the beads hanging about his neck, flying and spinning, bursting with blinding glare. Along with clear sounds, the string of Buddha's beads turned into individual beads, which numbered exactly 108 in total. Each of the beads had an ancient Buddhist symbol carved on it. 108 beads quickly hit the Vajra region that was above the ancient Buddha, and almost at the same time, the Sword of Judgment shot out and hit right on the head of the ancient Buddha. Clearly Jiya had no respect for the Buddha, intending to cut off the head of Buddha. The great path seemed to be on the verge of collapse. From the head of the ancient Buddha cracks appeared and creeped downward and seemed to tear and pulverize the Vajra region. However, the light released from the 108 beads was now integrated into the Vajra region, so that despite the cracks, it was still unbroken. Even so, the 108 beads rapidly spun and flew above the head of the ancient Buddha of the Vajra region, blocking the strikes of the Sword of Judgment. Chop! Jiya pointed to the Sword of Judgment, his murderous intent rocketed to the sky, wanting to break the Buddhist beads and split open the head of the Buddha. Om Mani Padme Hum. A string of characters flew out of the Buddhist beads, and suddenly the light of Buddha became more powerful. The Sword of Judgment collided with the Buddhist beads, and the heavens and the earth were all emblazoned with the light of Buddha. At the moment, the sound of Buddha that came out of the mouths of the 108 battle monks of the Vajra region was the Avalokiteshvara mantra of compassion. The power of the recitation of the 108 battle monks resonated into one. The sound of continuous collisions was sharp and harsh, and the light of destruction turned into a horrible stream of light, radiating outwards. Jiya took a step back, and the Sword of Judgment flew back in front of him and chimed. It is no wonder that the Vajra region lord dared to let the battle monks come down the mountain. The Vajra region battle monks are known for their combat power. This monk Tianxin ranked second on the sage ranking. In one-to-one battle, his strength won't be less than that of Jiya. Now even Jiya relies on the Sword of Judgment to gain an advantage. It won't be easy to break through the Vajra region battle monks. Saintly said while still playing chess. Although their eyes were on the chessboard, their hearts were on the battlefield. And it seemed that the battles between the vast worlds were appearing in their minds, and there was no longer any need to look at them with their eyes. The Yu clan launched the offensive from the rear. The cultivators of the Shihua sacred mountain were the first to be impacted, and they have had enough. That Lu Zong was indeed the disciple of the three saints, because Saint Shihua really valued him and allowed him to lead the battle matrix. His strength is indeed strong, But unfortunately, the 9 states already had such talents as Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, which was enough to overshadow all the others of the same generation. Lu Zong's ambition is not small, otherwise he would not have married Zhou Zi, but unfortunately he was born at the wrong time, and it is no wonder that Xihua Sacred Mountain wanted Yi Futian dead. Saint Xia and Saint Li chatted casually. They knew that with Lu Zong's qualifications it was unlikely that he had fell deeply in love with Zhou Zi. There were still many excellent women in the 9 states. Since he had taken Zhou Zi as wife, it was natural that he had his purpose, and that was to leverage the great Zhou sacred dynasty to serve him. This is indeed the best of times. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng aside, look at the disciple of the palace. Gu Donglu was also someone who had conquered the Jutian temple. Saint Xia continued with the game. At this time in the battlefield, the cultivators from the Zhuge family, Gu Donglu, and Zhuge Mingyue were all fighting together and had now advanced into the crowd. Gu Donglu, who had already entered the sage plane, with a borrowed divine implement, had strength that was actually not much less than that of Zhuge Qingfeng. Where are these people from? Saint Li asked. A cottage in the East Baron territory, and the cultivator next to Yi Futian holding the demonic blade is also from there. The fat guy in the crowd who summoned the Tree of Emperor using the Matrix, and the cultivator who used the books as his life spirit, they were all from there. Saint Xia apparently had investigated Yi Futian's past. Among the crowds, Yi Shaoshi had already taken charge of a battle matrix. Even though his own cultivation was not enough, this sorcerer's battle matrix was led by him and had lent its spiritual power to him, and the godly creation of all things had called out an incomparable giant spirit of the Emperor Tree, possessing extremely strong ability of control. Shui Yi and Luo Fan were at the same place as Yu Qi and the cultivators of the Alchemy City. Around Shui Yi, endless pages of books fluttered and turned into sorcery attacks. In the other direction, although the cultivators of the Sword Palace did not have Sword Demon with them, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, and the others were able to stand on their own. Along with several top swordsmen assisting, they had also formed a 9-man sword matrix led by Yi Wuchen. The sword that contained the sword will of Renhuang would taste blood each time it lashed out. Although it was not on par with Qin Zhuang's, it was still very strong. Outside the battlefield, a pure and innocent figure stepped forward, and there was not a touch of dust upon this person, just like a fairy out of this world. Every step that was taken, there were pure and innocent lotuses appearing. There were indeed lotuses at every step. Chapter 976. A strange look came over the faces of Saint Xia and Saint Li who were playing chess in Holy Sage Pavilion. They turned and looked at the woman who was coming towards them from the sky. A strange look came over the faces of Saint Xia and Saint Li who were playing chess in Holy Sage Pavilion. They turned and looked at the woman who was coming towards them from the sky. "What a beautiful woman," said Saint Xia. "That seems to be a Buddhist technique. Although she's dressed in plain clothes, it can't hide her splendor. The barren state is truly amazing." "Is she coming to help out?" asked Saint Li. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace had incredible potential in today's battle, but were still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. If it had only been the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, they could have probably handled it, since the Yu clan cultivators were there as well. But there were also the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea to contend with. Such an impressive lineup was enough to consume the palace. The woman who was coming was Hua Qingqing, one of the 3 beauties of the Eastern Baron territory. Her life had been quite tragic. She had become a nun and studied Buddhism under monk Qingdeng. At the Battle of the Palace all those years ago she had turned into a lotus lantern and had enhanced Yi Futian's spiritual willpower and then left the world of mortals. This time monk Qingdeng did not come with her. She came alone and barefoot, and her white feet were like jade. Everywhere she stepped lotuses bloomed. She was so beautiful it was suffocating. Even in the midst of battle her beauty would drive those who beheld her to distraction. Her eyes were clear and pure, and her body shone with radiance and brilliance, illuminating everything. She was surrounded by lotuses in full bloom and a divine light. She seemed to be burning in Buddha's light, turning her into a lotus lantern. Her beautiful figure acted as the lantern's wick, and her endless Buddha light radiated towards the battlefield. Soon, a line of figures were illuminated by the light. The lotus lantern grew brighter and brighter as it gradually lit up some of the cultivators from the palace. The line seemed to enter their heads, just like the light of Buddha was truly shining into the world. When the sacred war had broken out, everyone had an emblem that represented their holy land on their clothes. Otherwise, once this huge battle had become chaotic, it would have been difficult to tell friend from foe. Thus, it was very easy for Hua Qingqing to find the cultivators from the palace. Soon, everyone from the palace felt that their spiritual will had been enhanced and now resonated with the entire world. Not only that, they could sense where all the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were and what was happening to them. Is that the Buddhist lotus lantern? A strange look came over Saint Xia's face. This kind of power was simply extraordinary. It connected all the disciples of the palace together and let them see the overall situation of the battle clearly. They could reinforce each other and avoid danger whenever they wanted, and their personal power had been increased. Although it was subtle, everyone on the battlefield's power had been increased a little bit, and the effect was devastating. A lamp in front of the Buddha illuminates the road of all beings, whispered Saint Li. He was also quite astonished. Who was this incredible woman? Yi Futian naturally felt Hua Qingqing's arrival, along with her terrible power. The entire battlefield was clearly presented in his mind, as if they all had the perspective granted by Buddha's lamp. He thrust the halberd of space and time forward and pierced through several cultivators. He turned and looked at Hua Qingqing, and there was a warm feeling in his heart. Last time she had also appeared at a time of great danger to help them. He saw that the fight with the cultivators from the Endless Sea was not going well. Since the Yu clan cultivators and the monks from the Vajra region had joined, the place where he was now would be able to hold just fine. He turned around and flashed in the other direction, his body moving almost as fast as light. None could stand in his way. As they saw him flying through the air, several mighty cultivators from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea shot towards him. A cultivator from Ocean King Palace was riding a kunpeng, and he swept over everything as he rushed towards Yi Futian. But the kunpeng roared as Yi Futian's eyes fell upon it, and its massive body began to tremble as it tried to throw off the person on its back. What's going on? The man riding the kunpeng was a very famous figure in Ocean King Palace, and he was very strong. He had taken the beast as his mount, but once it saw Yi Futian it became wild. His beast-taming skills were extremely powerful, and he could feel the beast's mood. Its roar grew louder. A storm shot out from Yi Futian's terrible eyes and entered the kunpeng's giant eyes, imprinting itself on the beast's spiritual will. It threw off its rider, and then rushed towards the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea. It smashed through more than 10 of the, splattering blood everywhere. Evil beast! A sea god halberd descended from the sky and pierced through the kunpeng, making it scream. It fell towards the ground, but at the same time, that powerful figure from Ocean King Palace felt a strong sense of danger. He looked up and felt like his body had been imprisoned. He screamed as the halberd of time and space pierced through him. His body burst apart as Yi Futian drove the halberd through his back. Many demonic beasts were taking part in the battle, but even so they were far from enough, and many of them had been slaughtered. The halberd of time and space. The cultivators of the Endless Sea had a special feeling towards this weapon. It was a treasure that had been left in the lost ruins, the weapon of the one who had once controlled the Endless Sea. But now it was in Yi Futian's hands. Many more cultivators rushed towards Yi Futian, and many attacks came his way. They hoped to bury him under the weight of their assault. Behind him, Hua Jiyu, Yu Xing, Sword Saint, Huang Jioge, Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang and others followed him all across the battlefield. Countless cultivators had fallen at their hands. The battle was becoming unimaginably chaotic. A destructive airflow raged all around the Holy Ji Palace, killing countless cultivators. The fighting was fiercest around Yi Futian. All of them were very good at killing, and they sent their enemies fleeing in all directions. They were even breaking through battle matrices. The 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea were taking heavy losses. Many of the commanders had their attention focused on Yi Futian. They saw him killing endlessly with the halberd of time and space. He was like a god of slaughter. Ao Feng of Ocean King Palace was a cultivator of the sage ranking, and was number 17 on that list, which could be said to be very high. He was incredibly powerful. He fixed his gaze on Yi Futian and said, "Given Yi Futian's strength and the strength of those around him, the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea will send countless cultivators to their deaths trying to wrest the halberd of time and space from him. Do you have any ideas?" asked a sage from the North Deep. The Ao Feng pointed to where 2 cultivators were fighting, a man and a woman. The man was wearing black and giving off a poisonous aura. Every punch that he threw carried poison sorcery with it which could kill even a sage in an instant. His manner was so cold that it made people tremble to behold. But the woman beside him was completely opposite. She was like a fairy. Countless colorful butterflies flew around her. But they were killing butterflies with wings sharper than knives, and they were highly poisonous. As a disciple of Saint Jiang, Little Butterfly had of course not only studied the healing arts. She was also good at killing people, otherwise she would be in big trouble whenever she ran into enemies. Saint Jiang's disciples, Su Chehan and Goddess Dai. If we take them we can force Yi Futian to hand over the halberd of time and space. If he is really as magnanimous as the rumors say, that he could even give Renawang's inheritance to his sworn brother, then he will definitely give up the halberd. Ao Feng looked down at them coldly. And if he doesn't, Su Chehan and Goddess Dai will hate him for it, and may even turn against him. Either way it will be to our advantage. Excellent. The cultivator from the North Deep swept his gaze over Little Butterfly and licked his lips. Such a beautiful woman. We should take her away for some extra cultivation. You'd best put that idea out of your mind. And we can only capture them, not kill them. Otherwise you will die without even knowing how, warned Ao Feng. I understand, said the cultivator from the North Deep. Saint Jiang only had 2 disciples, and he ranked 12th on the saints' ranking. The 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea could not afford to provoke him. If he bore a grudge against them it would be a disaster. Let's go, said Ao Feng, and suddenly he swooped down, along with many other figures, towards where Little Butterfly was fighting. All of the ones who swooped down were extremely powerful. Su Chehan had been by Little Butterfly's side protecting her all along. This scene was a little embarrassing for them. They had originally been following Yi Futian, but as the battle had grown fiercer they had become separated. Such a beautiful woman should be taken away for some extra cultivation, came a cold voice. A hand reached out for Little Butterfly. A terrible force swept out, swallowing up all the flying butterflies. A figure appeared before Little Butterfly. It was Su Chehan. He went up with that devouring force, letting his opponent's vortex pull him in. A poisonous fog poured out from him and was swallowed up by the vortex and his opponent. The cultivator from the North Deep's face changed, turning ashen. Be careful, great teacher Su is an expert in poisons, Ao Feng reminded him. The cultivator from the North Deep suddenly stopped the storm coming from him, and he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming out with his fist. There was no way a cultivator from the North Deep could be weak. There was an arcane secret hidden in his fist. Su Chehan rushed towards his opponent and collided with him without hesitation. Now that he had cultivated to the top of the sage level, he saw himself as worthy to enter the saint ranking. He had cultivated with his master in the medicine garden of 9 States College. Most people only knew him as Saint Jiang's disciple and did not know how strong he was. Boom! Their fists collided, and suddenly a mysterious darkness rushed over Su Chehan's arm. It seemed to freeze. A poison flame that contained extremely cold qi had been thrust into his arm. You've lost. The cultivator from the North Deep stared at Su Chehan coldly. The mark that his opponent had left on him was quite soft, as if he did not pose a threat to him at all. Was this truly Su Chehan, who was so skilled with poisons and was Saint Jiang's disciple? He had overreached himself. The poison flame raged with the cold qi within Su Chehan. He looked at his opponent indifferently, not even breathing. He waved his hand and let the 2 forces erode his body until they finally extinguished each other. How can this be? The cultivator from the North Deep's facial expression changed, and then went pale. The breath within him quickly withered away until he soon became a skeleton lying on the ground. Su Chehan still had no expression as he swept a glance across his opponents. Little Butterfly was calm and undisturbed, as if this was something she took for granted. Only she knew how strong her sworn brother was and how much he had experienced these past few years. Chapter 977. Ao Feng saw the fall of the cultivator from the North Deep, then looked at Su Chehan. Ao Feng saw the fall of the cultivator from the North Deep, then looked at Su Chehan. The 9 states had been peaceful for many years. He had thought that would change during the battle of proving holiness, but happened even earlier. People who were younger than him were already on the road to greatness. Su Chehan had a special status at 9 States College. His reputation was not as good as that of Tong He or Lin Shubai. Now that he had entered the upper levels of the Sage Plane, he would use this battle to amaze the world. Besides him, many others were displaying their incredible combat ability. But the cultivator from the North Deep whom Su Chehan had killed was not ordinary. The North Deep would not just let him get away with it. The wind howled as a line of cultivators from the North Deep rose into the sky and looked down at the skeleton below them. Saint North Deep's face fell, and a terrible killing intent burst out from him. The one whom Su Chehan had killed was his son, the one whom he hoped would inherit his mantle and alms bowl in the future. But he had been poisoned to death by Su Chehan. The divine implement armor that he wore had not helped at all. More and more cultivators gathered together until they covered the sky, trapping Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. The cultivators from the North Deep all had wings, and an evil airflow came from them. It looked like the apocalypse. Little Butterfly's face changed a little bit. How could this be? They were not important figures. Why had this army surrounded them? Was it because of the one that had been killed? She and her sworn brother Su Chehan had been cultivating in the medicine garden with Saint Jiang all along, so they did not really understand what was going on in the outside world. They did not recognize the cultivator from the North Deep. People from the palace rushed over to help, but Ao Feng waved his hand and suddenly a bunch of cultivators from Ocean King Palace intercepted them, not letting them get closer. He would not act against Saint Jiang's disciples, but if the people from the North Deep wanted to, that had nothing to do with him. The 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea had formed an alliance, but all of them had their own intentions. What Ao Feng was doing could be said to be very sinister. He is skilled with poisons. Don't engage in close combat, use spells to attack him, said a cultivator from the North Deep. Terrible black lightning shot out from him. The space around him was covered in dark clouds, as if it was about to be destroyed. He was not the only one among them who was extremely powerful. Many of the other cultivators from the North Deep released spells into the sky with destructive power that would completely envelop Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly went pale, but she saw Su Chehan standing before her, his black robe fluttering wildly, and with a cold, killing look in his dark eyes. He did not know why his master had asked him and Little Butterfly to help Yi Futian, but he had given an order, and so he would obey. Su Chehan had been born into a noble family and had been quite talented from a young age. His father was the head of the family and had a very high reputation. His mother was a proud daughter of heaven, beautiful and graceful. When he was born, he was destined to have a glorious future, until one day his father was poisoned by his brother, and his mother had killed herself out of shame. His father had used his dying breaths to carry him out to a deserted mountain. He still remembered his father kowtowing in front of a thatched hut on the mountain until the poison killed him. Afterwards, he had seen his master for the first time. Later he found out that his master was a famous saint of medicine and a master of poisons. His master had asked him if he wanted to study the way of medicine or the way of poison. He had chosen poison without hesitation. His master had told him that if he chose poison he would have to suffer unimaginable pain, but he still persisted. Thus, Su Chehan was sent on the path of studying poison. He had studied it with his own body, and then killed all his enemies with it. He was so cold as to have almost no human feelings. Many people called him Great Teacher Su, to which he made no reply. Everyone knew the great disciple of Saint Jiang, but only he knew how strict his master had been towards him and how cruel. Perhaps in his master's eyes, Little Butterfly was his only disciple. Everyone called him Great Teacher Su, and were even more in awe of him due to him being a disciple of the medicine garden. But in the depths of his soul, Su Chehan felt inferior, especially when facing his master and Little Butterfly. He knew that although his master was known as a master of poisons, he had later learned to love medicine. He heard that it was the masteress who had changed him. So when he had chosen poisons from the start, the master was probably unhappy with him. Who could love someone who was filled with poison? The thing that had left the deepest impression on Su Chehan was that his master had once warned him that he could die at any time, and that no harm was to ever come to Little Butterfly. He understood that in the master's heart he could not compare to Little Butterfly. The master looked at her as his own daughter, and she probably reminded him of the masteress. He also knew that the master never let anyone go to the garden behind the house where the statue of the masteress was kept. But he did not hate his master, because he felt the same way. He could die, but no harm should come to Little Butterfly. There were only two people in the world worth protecting with all his might, the master and Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly, protect yourself. Don't worry about the battle, whispered Su Chehan. A burst of butterflies with wings as sharp as steel appeared around her, shining faintly with the light of a divine implement. Su Chehan stepped forward into the air, blocking her off from the attacks coming from the sky. Apocalyptic dark lightning streaked down towards him. Su Chehan stood in front of Little Butterfly, and his dark eyes were full of desire to kill. Everyone in the sky felt a burst of corrosion rule power. Boom! A dark lightning bolt slammed into Su Chehan, causing him to shake. But he still stood firmly in the air as if he had felt nothing. A terrible cold light slashed down, turning into a dark storm that tore through the air. Su Chehan did not dodge it, and even greeted its power, letting it all fall upon him. Another storm went around him and went towards Little Butterfly, tearing through her curtain of colored butterflies and causing her to tremble. Everyone looked at Su Chehan with amazement. How strong was his body? An attack of this level would have killed even a top-level sage. Some of the people in the air's bodies were eroded by poison fog, and their skin and muscles were eaten away. This poison sorcery could not be removed. It infiltrated into your internal organs, corroding everything inside. Those who had not cultivated up to the top of the sage level would soon be killed. Be careful. Everyone put up a light curtain around themselves, and even more violent attacks descended. Su Chehan spat up a mouthful of blood. He looked down and saw that Little Butterfly had been sent flying. Even with a divine implement to protect her, she was still bleeding from the mouth and had gone pale. Su Chehan flashed down to protect her. Powerful attacks descended once again, and his body continued to shake as blood poured from his mouth. Don't worry about me, brother. Attack them, said Little Butterfly. She knew that he had the power to kill them all. She knew that there was one other person in the world besides Yi Futian he had withstood her master's medicine trial, her sworn brother. But the medicine that he had taken was different than Yi Futian's. Yi Futian's was the medicine necessary to forge a perfect body. But her sworn brother's was the medicine that would forge a poisonous body. They all must die, whispered Su Chehan. A cold light shone from his handsome face, but it became exceptionally warm when he looked at Little Butterfly. Use what our master taught you to defend yourself. Don't let my poison hurt you. Brother, no. She shook her head. She seemed to sense what he was about to do. Tears filled her pure eyes. The master said you would die. My life isn't worth your tears. Su Chehan reached out as if to touch Little Butterfly's face, but he hesitated and then took it back. He stood up and turned to look into the sky. He thought, am I going to die? Will that disturb the master even a little bit? Probably not. As long as Little Butterfly lived, what did it matter if he died? Su Chehan continued upward, as if he were purposely trying to go far away from Little Butterfly. He was worried that he might poison her. Rule power continued to rumble, and blood continued to flow, but Su Chehan seemed not to care. He had endured thousands of poison baths, and life and death no longer mattered to him. What did this little bit of pain matter? He gazed indifferently at those in the sky. It was like he was looking at dead men. Break the seal. He closed his eyes, and the blood roiled in his veins. A terrible black mist spread out from him and reached up into the sky like dark tentacles. His blood seemed to be integrated into it. Poison chi exploded from his body as if a seal had been broken. At this moment he seemed to be a container from which years of accumulated poison was being released. Behind him appeared a dark figure like a god of poison that ignored everything. The world went dark as the poison mist filled the sky. Even rule spell defenses were gradually eroded. Their spiritual willpower went numb, and their thoughts stopped. Once a little bit of the poison gas got into their body, they began to turn black as their internal organs were eaten away little by little. Their bodies began to fall from the sky. There were no more violent attacks, just bodies falling. Su Shihan's face had also gone dark. There was no emotion in his eyes, but as he stood there no one could get close to Little Butterfly. Brother, tears streamed from Little Butterfly's eyes. Su Chehan smiled when he heard her voice, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. His whole body was poisonous. He could not be by her side. From the distance, Yi Futian shot over towards them. He had obviously seen the situation here. Saint Jiang had asked them to come and help him. He could not just watch them die. This part of the battlefield had attracted much attention, including that of Saint Xia and Saint Li. Saint Jiang is quite severe. Saint Li shook his head. What is going on? How could he let both of his disciples fall into this situation? Asked Saint Xia. Saint Jiang had always cultivated at 9 States College. Saint Li was the one who knew him best. I'm afraid that Su Chehan has always thought that Saint Jiang looked at Little Butterfly as his own daughter because she reminded him of his wife. But he does not realize who he himself reminds him of, nor what position he occupies in his heart, said Saint Li. A strange look came over Saint Xia's face as he guessed the answer. Saint Jiang, he said. Saint Li nodded. Yes. Is Su Chehan not just a younger version of Saint Jiang? His severity towards Su Chehan is really him being severe towards himself. What is Saint Jiang trying to do? Asked Saint Xia. Saint Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the palace manages to get through this catastrophe due to this battle, then all the time I spent trying to get Saint Jiang to come to 9 State College will all be for that kid's benefit. What a clever trick. Su Chehan did not see Saint Jiang's game. How could he? Chapter 978. The poison cloud spread over the battlefield with Su Chehan at its center. It killed everything it came across. Bodies were piled up on the ground. More than 100 cultivators had died at his hands. Among them were many sage-level cultivators. This type of large-scale poison sorcery attack was truly terrible. The poison cloud spread over the battlefield with Su Chehan at its center. It killed everything it came across. Bodies were piled up on the ground. More than 100 cultivators had died at his hands. Among them were many sage-level cultivators. This type of large-scale poison sorcery attack was truly terrible. Of course, not many of those who were skilled at poison sorcery were good at defense, but Su Chehan was. His body was incredibly strong, so much so that other people's rule spells could not kill him. Moreover, at this moment, he could be said to be completely poisonous. No one dared get near him. That was why he could not grab Little Butterfly and break out of there. Otherwise, the poison bursting from him was enough to cut a bloody road through his enemies, and none of them could stop him. But he couldn't leave, he could only stay and protect Little Butterfly. His face grew darker and darker as his handsome features grew horrible. His arms were turning black as well. This terrible poison sorcery was turning against him. Brother! Tears streamed down Little Butterfly's face continuously as the little details of her and her sworn brother's life together flashed through her mind. She naturally understood his inner nature and knew that although others called him Great Teacher Su, he was still very hard on himself. Once the situation involved her, he would always do the most important thing and stand before her to protect her. Just like now, as he stood before her in the air. Poison filled the air. but in her eyes, his figure was majestic, almost divine. "He can't hold out for much longer," came a voice from the sky. He had killed so many cultivators from the North Deep that as far as they were concerned, they wanted to kill him despite the fact that he was Saint Zhang's disciple. Terrible rule spells continued to descend upon him. Su Chehan reached up and the poisonous mist reached out from him like a tentacle. It instantly turned into a terrible dark shadow that wrapped around his opponents. In a flash, there were more blackened corpses. Su Chehan still stood there, weathering their attacks. Yi Futian was still rushing towards them, cutting a bloody road through his enemies. Yun Shang, Qin Zhuang, and the others had been intercepted by the cultivators from the Endless Sea, so Yi Futian was charging forward alone. He was coming extremely quickly, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Ao Feng watched him as he came. Yi Futian had been so strong at the Imperial Mausoleum. As one of the top 20 on the Sage ranking, Ao Feng wanted to try him and see what level Yi Futian had reached. A trident appeared in his hands that seemed to have waves rolling over it. He thrust it forward and the air rushed past it with a sound like the ocean. Divine power spread out from the trident. It was clearly a divine implement. He looked ahead and saw Yi Futian rushing towards him. He stepped forward and the air trembled. An invisible power rushed out like a slap in the face. It was like thousands of huge waves were rolling over Yi Futian, slowing him down. He looked at Ao Feng and realized that he was facing a truly fearsome opponent. However, at the moment that he slowed down, Yi Futian stepped forward and a terrible storm wrapped around him, tearing through the air. It rushed forward and tore through the ocean wind. He rushed forward and stabbed out with the halberd of time and space, making it collide with the silver trident. Time and space seemed to freeze as the halberd pressed forward with an indomitable will. Space and time were torn, and everything was about to be destroyed. But the silver trident had boundless power, and thousands of waves swept out. Its majestic power made Yi Futian tremble, as if his body were being beaten over and over again. Even the starry defense light curtain was broken. His rushed attack gave him a temporary advantage, but even so, Ao Feng felt a strong sense of danger. He was thrown backward at the instant of collision, and the space where he had stood was no exploding and tearing. Yi Futian rushed past him, not getting entangled with him. Ao Feng looked back at him angrily. At that moment he felt like he couldn't move. A deadly attack had descended and time and space froze. This was enough to make him feel desperate. He did not want to feel like that again. Several figures rushed by him. Yi Futian broke through rows of enemies and finally reached Su Shihan's side, entering into the poison mist. A line of dark mist wrapped around him and seemed to enter him. At this moment Yi Futian could feel his breathing stop. He looked back and said, "Don't come any closer." He then continued on towards Su Chehan. Su Chehan looked at Yi Futian with his dark eyes. His entire body had turned black, and it seemed that he could die at any moment. On seeing his condition, Yi Futian said, "You should cut off the poison and take a rest." Su Chehan shook his head and said, "I can't. Take care of little butterfly for me." On saying this, he fell out of the sky and the poison mist spread uncontrollably from him in all directions. But it was not as powerful as before. Yu Sheng, Hua Jiyu, and the others who had dared to come this far were still following Yi Futian. "Brother!" Little butterfly caught Su Shihan's body as tears fell. Su Chehan looked at her and smiled. It was a tragic scene. "Little butterfly, when I'm not here anymore, the master will have to take care of you." "That won't happen." Little butterfly shook her head. Su Chehan looked at her, and then looked up at Yi Futian who was protecting them up in the sky. He whispered, "If you really love him, little butterfly, then let him give you a good status." "You idiot," scolded Yi Futian. As he said this, he reached into the air and the attacking cultivators were imprisoned by stars. He thrust out his right hand and a beam of light pierced the sky, destroying the starry prisons and making it so that the ones rushing towards them did not dare come closer. "Protect them both," said Yi Futian to Yu Sheng and the other three. They all nodded. They divided themselves up to protect Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. More cultivators were coming. In addition to the ones from the North Deep who had come to deal with Su Chehan, all the cultivators from the Endless Sea came. Yi Futian and Huang Jiuge were there, so that's where the halberd of time and space and Renawang's inheritance were. Yi Futian's face grew ugly as he looked at them gathering together densely. He was strong, but if they restricted his movements he would be in trouble. It was just like it had been for Su Chehan. No matter how strong you were, you could not endure limitless attacks by yourself. Violent attacks rained down, and Yi Futian stepped forward, guarding the air where he was. He truly became a choke point for the enemies. When he heard Yi Futian's words, Su Chehan looked angrily at him, but when he saw what was happening, the anger in his eyes disappeared. As he watched him standing resolutely there in the air, he felt a warmth that he had not felt in a long time. Maybe that guy's poison came only from his mouth. "Brother, you can't be hurt." Little Butterfly looked at him and shook her head. "Little Butterfly, the poison pellet contained the poison that I had cultivated over dozens of years. Now that it has been released, it cannot return." His voice seemed so weak. The poison sorcery had damaged his organs and every part of his body. "I have a medicine pellet?" Little Butterfly smiled brightly through her tears. Then she lowered her head and kissed Su Chehan on the lips. He looked stunned as if he had forgotten how to think. As he felt those tender red lips kissing him, he felt a powerful medicinal force enter his body. Their eyes were as close to each other as could be. Su Chehan shook his head, wanting to stop Little Butterfly. He had a moment of fear. Doing this might kill her. But Little Butterfly held on to him, closed her eyes, and a black line appeared on her face. However, a sacred radiance shone from her body. Tears flowed from Su Chehan's eyes. At this moment, he could die without regret. He suddenly understood why Yi Futian had looked at him like that and said those cruel words to him. He had probably already seen what would happen. That damn guy. But at this moment, Su Chehan could not hate him. Two pellets seemed to be suspended between their bodies, one black and one white. One was poison and one was medicine. But now the two intersected, and black and white merged. Blackness flowed across Little Butterfly as the blackness on Su Chehan's body decreased. His skin turned white again as his body's vitality was restored. The sound of a terrible collision came from the sky. It was the battle that Yi Futian was fighting. But Su Chehan seemed not to feel it. Up in the air, a powerful figure stepped forward. Saint North Deep swept his gaze over the one who had come with an ugly look on his face. It was Saint Jiang. "North Deep, I wish to take away my disciples. Do you have any objections?" said Saint Jiang. "Look at all the corpses down there, Saint Jiang," said Saint North Deep. Saint Jiang seemed not to hear him. He said, "I hereby announce that I am entering the sacred war. If the 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea will let me through, then I will not target them. Otherwise," Saint North Deep's face grew hard. As number 12 on the saints' ranking, this man who had once been a master of poisons was still quite powerful. "Ocean King Palace will let you through," said Ocean Saint. Since the 2 people down there were leaving the battle, they had no need to make an enemy of Saint Jiang. The celestial cliffs were the same and said that they would let him through. Only Saint North Deep's face remained firm. Most of the people that Su Chehan had just killed had been his, including one of his sons. In his heart, he cursed the unruly bastard. But Saint Jiang's calm words had been so forceful. "If you don't let me through, I will threaten the saints of the Endless Sea. Do you dare to try and stop me?" Emperor Xia had said that anyone in the 9 states could freely launch a sacred war. They did not need to notify him, and they did not need a reason. "I'll let you through," said Saint North Deep with his face held hard. Saint Jiang would firmly fight him if it came to blows, even at great cost to himself. The cultivators in the air made a path, and Su Chehan and Little Butterfly separated themselves. Su Chehan was already much better as he looked up at Saint Jiang. "Master," both of them called. Saint Jiang's gaze fell upon Su Chehan, and he said, "Chehan, from now on you will study the way of medicine." Su Chehan looked like he had been struck by lightning. He knelt there for a while, then finally reacted. He bowed down and touched his head to the ground, and the sound of sobbing could be heard. "Thank you, Master." When he looked up, his face was covered in tears. How could he not understand his master's good intentions towards him now? His master had always cared for him. He let go of all the darkness he had accumulated over the years. His heart was clear, and his emotions had been released. Su Chehan was the great disciple of Saint Jiang. Chapter 979. Saint Jiang brought Little Butterfly and Su Chehan to Holy Sage Pavilion, and no one dared to stand in his way. After all, he only had 2 disciples, and he was not a target for the 6 great holy lands, and so there was no need to anger him by killing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. After all, out of all of them, only Saint Ji was higher up on the saint ranking. Saint Jiang brought Little Butterfly and Su Chehan to Holy Sage Pavilion, and no one dared to stand in his way. After all, he only had 2 disciples, and he was not a target for the 6 great holy lands, and so there was no need to anger him by killing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. After all, out of all of them, only Saint Ji was higher up on the saint ranking. The 3 of them reached Holy Sage Pavilion, and Saint Jiang personally saw to his disciples' wounds. He also integrated their powers together. Little Butterfly had practiced medicine and she was very fragile, while the poison all throughout Su Chehan's body had made him too forceful. Integrating their powers had benefits for both of them, and in the future, they would both be able to practice both kinds of power. This in and of itself was his expectations for his disciples. Saint Xia and Saintly looked at Saint Jiang. Saintly said, "Saint Jiang, you're too harsh on your disciples." Su Chehan was like a young Saint Jiang, and he knew that Saint Jiang saw him this way. So he didn't really want him to die. "There is no making without breaking," responded Saint Jiang. He was the one who understood Su Chehan best in the world. There had always been something lacking in him due to his harsh life. If he did not have a great awakening, then even with all his talent he would never set foot on the divine path. And so he had put pressure on Su Chehan for all these years to try and have him make a breakthrough. Saintly snorted with displeasure. "You can't have done this just to test one person. Was the test for Su Chehan not also a test for Yi Futian?" Saint Jiang did not answer. Li Sheng looked out at Yi Futian as he fought and said, "If the palace can avoid this disaster, are you planning on cultivating in the barren state in the future?" He had sent his disciples to fight in the sacred war and had himself announced that he would join. Saint Li definitely understood Saint Jiang's intentions. Moreover, he knew Saint Jiang's wishes better than anyone. Saint Jiang knew where Saint Li's resentment was coming from. He had lived at 9 States College for so many years and yet had never done anything for them. "I am like a drifting cloud or a wild crane. I seek to cultivate everywhere. I apologize for having imposed on you these past few years." Saint Jiang looked up into the sky, then whispered, "Moreover, you know what it is that I want." "Has he succeeded?" asked Saint Li, clearly talking about Yi Futian. He had previously said that bringing Saint Jiang to 9 States College was actually to Yi Futian's benefit. Very nearly. And he is only a lower-level sage. If he continues to improve, then there's no doubt he will. In fact, even without me he would doubtlessly become a saint. But this is at least a start. From now on I will put all that I have into this, whispered Saint Jiang. You wish that all the cultivators of the world would not be hampered by the divine catastrophe. The great path has no place for sentiments. That is against the rules of the great path, whispered Saintly. He sighed, this is easy enough to say, but it will take a long time. If I do not live long enough, there are always Chehan and Little Butterfly. Saint Jiang looked off into the sky with a resolute look on his face. There was a magnificent figure there. The person who he loved the most had died due to the great path catastrophe. He did not want Little Butterfly to repeat the same mistake. In fact, he did not want anyone in the world to do so and experience the same despair that he had. This was the reason that he had agreed to help Dozhan avoid the great path catastrophe when Yi Futian had brought him to him all those years ago. He had proposed conditions for Yi Futian to undergo the medical trial. It was only one test, but he had never thought that Yi Futian would become as legendary as he was now. Saintly said nothing. He looked out at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian did not die in the battle, then the Holy Ji Palace would become the foremost holy land in the 9 states. Sometimes war could truly change many things: minds, beliefs, and even the moment of enlightenment between life and death. Of course, most of what war brought was just death. After Su Chehan and Little Butterfly had left the battlefield, Yi Futian and his companions had become the new targets for the three great holy lands of the Endless Sea, especially the North Deep. Their armies pressed in and their commanders ordered all their forces to attack Yi Futian. It seemed that they were venting all their rage on him. Battle matrices filled the sky and surrounded Yi Futian and his companions, even sealing themselves in. Such determination was strong indeed. On the other side of the battlefield, the one who had slaughtered the most cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace was not Jia. He had been pinned down by cultivators from the Vajra region. Nor was it one of the top figures from Shihua Sacred Mountain. Most of their sages had died at Yi Futian's hand. Nor was it someone from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Zhou Ming was leading the Golden Phoenix Army and Yuan Hong commanded the Heavenly Battle Matrix. Instead, it was Lu Zong. Most of the cultivators from Shihua Sacred Mountain were fighting the Yu clan, but Lu Zong led a team of elite cultivators to intercept Yi Futian's men. Lu Zong was skilled at forming matrices, and the men behind him were in position. They looked like an ancient tree. Their power flowed and descended upon him. Lu Zong waved his hand, and it was like a willow branch slashing down. It seemed to have no strength, but it was the sharpest weapon in the world. It cut through several cultivators in front of him. Lu Zong, came a furious voice. He looked and saw a line of cultivators in formation rushing towards him. One of them was his old acquaintance, the disciple of Chess Saint Villa Yang Shao. The Celestial Dragon Matrix? Lu Zong looked over the matrix that Yang Shao led with interest. His eyes gleamed with the desire to wreak havoc. You're all old men from Chess Saint Villa. When I cracked the Celestial Dragon Matrix, I was invited to meet with Chess Saint, and you all followed by my side. Now you want to kill me? Asked Lu Zong mockingly. If Li Kaishan had not deliberately let you, you would not have been the one to enter the villa. Every time Yang Shao thought of this, it hurt him so much that he no longer desired to live. If it had not been for Li Kaishan's betrayal, only Yi Futian would have seen the master. And given Yi Futian's character, would everything not be different? Moreover, Yi Futian had the ability to bring the master to Nether Sword Mound. His wife and his sworn brothers would not have died. Is that so? Lu Zong's look became cold. In that case, why don't you see if I can break the matrix now? He had been so strong back then, how much stronger must he be now? What was more, those who followed him today were comparable to those who had followed him then. This time he did not need to study how to break the matrix, he just had to force his way through and kill all of them. Two powerful auras rose up from this area of the battlefield. The two matrices were extremely strong. A huge golden dragon appeared with Yang Shao at its center, and its eyes were full of majesty. The matrix that Lu Zong had formed looked like an ancient tree. Each of the cultivators hung there like a branch or a leaf. Crashing sounds rang out as endless vines covered the sky. The dragon roared and slashed out with its claws. Its 5 claws were like hooks. They were so sharp they seemed to be able to tear through space itself as they rushed towards Lu Zong. Numerous vines swept out from the ancient tree and wrapped around the claws, but the claws tore right through them. However, the vines were endless and they wrapped around the claws, slowing them down. Yang Shao, all the sage-ranking cultivators of your generation should stand down. Lu Zong's voice was cold. As he spoke, numerous crashing sounds came from the leaves and branches, and then there was a flash of radiance as they shot out towards the oncoming claws. Each branch and leaf seemed invincible. They all contained the rule power of the Great Path, and they tore through the dragon's claws little by little. The cultivators of the younger generation had all grown up by now, and many of them were sages. Yi Futian, Yu Xing, Gu Donglu, Su Chehan, Lin Shubai, and others. Many of the higher-level sages had been killed by Yi Futian, and so Lu Zong's words were not wrong. Just as waves rose and fell, the sage ranking would have great changes. Many people would stand down and never reach the sage level. And then they would be replaced. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. If you did not advance, you must step down. The celestial dragon's claws were torn, but Yang Shao did not look disturbed. There was only fury in his eyes as he stared at Lu Zong, and a desire to kill. Golden light shone from the celestial dragon's abdomen, and a giant sword appeared there, the celestial dragon sword. Dazzling light shone from the sword, and it seemed to be invincible. Lu Zong glanced at it indifferently, with disdain showing in his eyes. He could bring to bear all the combat power of his battle matrix. With this much power, there were few in the 9 states who could match him. Among them were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Both of them were powerful enemies, and if he didn't have the matrix they could sweep him aside. But besides them, there were very few people he had to worry about. Even though Yang Shao was on the sage ranking, he was not worthy of Lu Zong's attention. A sword? I can do that too, Lu Zong said casually. As he spoke, countless images of him appeared on the leaves and branches of the ancient tree. A terrible power swept out, and the leaves and branches turned into swords. In a flash, thousands of sword wills pointed towards the celestial dragon matrix, and there was a faint sound of shrieking sword chi. Lu Zong used the pinching sword technique, and the language of Buddha rang out. Heaven and earth resonated, and the sword chi of thousands of swords shrieked. A terrible storm of sword chi appeared in front of him. The third disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain was skilled at many things. The celestial dragon sword slashed through the air, but a dazzling light appeared in Lu Zong's eyes. His thousands of swords burst out at the same time, becoming a terrible vortex of sword chi. Thousands of sharp swords smashed into the celestial dragon sword, creating an ear-piercing sound. The celestial dragon sword was worn away bit by bit from tip to blade. In the end, it was completely destroyed. The terrible sword chi continued forward, and the dragon roared. Golden light bloomed, protecting that space. The thousands of swords struck the light, making the celestial dragon matrix tremble. Cracks appeared in their defenses. You want revenge, Yang Shao, but you're not good enough, Lu Zong said arrogantly. He stepped forward. Chapter 980. The moment when Lu Zong's voice faded, the ancient tree that was centered near his body had numerous leaves flying between heaven and earth. There were no rules for the leaves that flew in the sky, shrouding the space, covering the sky, and instantly enclosing the space where the celestial dragon matrix was located. The moment when Lu Zong's voice faded, the ancient tree that was centered near his body had numerous leaves flying between heaven and earth. There were no rules for the leaves that flew in the sky, shrouding the space, covering the sky, and instantly enclosing the space where the celestial dragon matrix was located. Sharp sizzling sounds were heard, particularly grating to the ears. Every leaf turned into fierce shards of sword will. Each shard contained the ripping rule that was meant to cut all things, subtly intending to tear the entire space to pieces. Lu Zong still stood there quietly without the slightest bit of emotion on his face. A very barbaric spiritual power exuded from him, and numerous remnant illusions of Lu Zong appeared as if the world was filled with him. The Buddha said that each flower was a world in itself, and each leaf signified the entire tree. He had made these endless leaves turn into slaughtering debris, and even if the celestial dragon matrix had unparalleled defense, it was still going to be crushed within. Yang Shao clearly felt the immensity of this power. He looked up and saw that the whole world seemed to resonate with Lu Zong's spiritual willpower. Lu Zong, at this moment, was like the master of this space. Once, Yang Shao had been quite impressed with Lu Zong. He was able to crack the celestial dragon chess game under those conditions. Even if Li Kaishan deliberately threw the game, it was still a remarkable accomplishment. So he chose not to say anything, but leave the choice to the master. He had never thought that this seemingly insignificant detail would now change everything. But regret was too late now. All he could do was kill Lu Zong and take revenge. A muddled sound came out from the dragon, and the celestial dragon matrix that was centered on Yang Shao kept marching forwards like a golden divine dragon rushing forwards, its claws reaching forth intending to tear everything that was in front of him. Seeing what was in front of him, Lu Zong understood what Yang Shao was trying to do, fight with him, but did Yang Shao qualify? The endless leaves turned into a devastating storm, slaughtering toward the dragon. The celestial dragon made an incredible angry roar and kept moving forward in Lu Zong's direction, aiming to kill. Lu Zong stretched out his palm and suddenly clenched it in Yang Zhao's direction. With a cold voice he spat out, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the storm vortex slashed into the golden divine dragon and every leaf was turned into the sharpest blade in the world, cutting at the body of the celestial dragon and slowly chopping off the immense body of the dragon bit by bit. Within the celestial dragon matrix, many had blood flowing out of their bodies, and those terrible leaves were cutting directly on their torsos. However, the people inside the celestial dragon matrix seemed to have forfeited their lives and continued in the direction of Lu Zong without hesitation. A flash of coldness crossed Yang Zhao's eyes, and he released his spiritual willpower to the maximum. The storm covered the world with destruction and annihilated everything within it. He did not believe that with this level of rule sorcery he couldn't kill his sworn enemy. The body of the celestial dragon gradually shattered, and the leaves like sharp blades crossed the void, cutting toward the body of Yang Zhao. There were crunching sounds that were heard, and bright red blood bloomed. A sardonic smile emerged on Lu Zong's face. This battle should have ended now, and the people of Chess Saint Villa should have all perished. Looking at the leaves flying toward Yang Zhao, his smile was somewhat evil, but at this time, there was suddenly an incomparable thunder clapping, sweeping through the sky. In front of him, a thundering authority suddenly exploded around Yang Zhao and everything was destroyed. After the celestial dragon matrix was torn apart, Yang Zhao had even made a thundering war matrix that destroyed everything in front of him as easily as breaking bamboo. It was a matrix that would kill the enemy no matter the cost. In the hands of Yang Zhao, a divine implement appeared. It was a silver long halberd, which was the divine implement used by Gu Feng, who was the leader of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliff's kill. The divine implement moved forward, no matter the cost, just to kill Lu Zong. For this reason, Yang Zhao even deliberately feigned weakness, causing the illusion that he was about to be torn and shattered. He even had many wounds on his body, bleeding, demonstrating his strong determination to kill Lu Zong. Condensate. Lu Zong's palm moved forward, and the endless leaves formed a vortex that gathered in front of him, turning into a metallic defensive wall, blocking Yang Zhao. But how could such a hasty defense block the attack of this thunder? With a shockingly thundering boom, the defensive force was instantly torn apart and shattered. The long halberd pierced into the body of Lu Zong directly, and the destructive thunder extinguished all signs of life, completely cutting off Lu Zong's escape. "Die!" Yang Zhao screamed with anger. He looked crazed at the moment, his eyes fixed on the figure in front of him. Lu Zong's body became blurred as if he might be shred to pieces at any time, under the destructive lightning and thunder of the sky, killed by a single blow. However, at this moment, Yang Zhao seemed to have an illusion. Lu Zong's face was changing constantly. Sometimes it was Lu Zong's and sometimes it was another person's. His facial expressions turned from leery to condescending as if to be sarcastic. "Why would it be me?" With a chilling scream, the body exploded and was annihilated under the rays of the thunder. Yang Zhao's face was stern, and his eyes turned to look at the person on the side. It was Lu Zong who stood there. Not only him, but everyone currently within the matrix was staring at Lu Zong as well. He felt a coldness that bit through the bones. How is it that he didn't die? Yang Zhao's eyes stared at Lu Zong. How was this possible? He saw with his own eyes that the divine implement had pierced into Lu Zong's body, but why was it another who died? Not only was Yang Zhao unable to understand it, but even those within the matrix could not understand it either. But at this time, they also felt very cold. The dead, like them, were all top figures from Xihua Sacred Mountain, but they took Lu Zong's place to die. What in the world was going on? "Lu Zong, what is going on?" a cultivator questioned coldly. Lu Zong did not tell them anything about this situation. At Xihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong's status was extremely high. He had been taught by all 3 saints, who prepared him to be the future master of the Xihua Sacred Mountain. They were also willing to assist, but that did not mean that they were willing to be set up by Lu Zong and die in his stead. After all, Lu Zong did not yet have the charisma for others to give up their lives for him. Yi Futian had elevated the status of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state so much that it now has its current appeal. Lu Zong merely enjoyed the success of the others, so it was impossible that there would be top figures who were willing to die for him. Don't blame me, senior brothers. This is the matrix sanctioned by the master for killing. As long as I am alive, this matrix will keep running and remain invincible, killing on the battlefield. So, I have to beg your pardon, Lu Zong said. The faces of those cultivators in the matrix had changed. Lu Zong's meaning was easy to understand. In the matrix, they were his pawns. As long as he was there keeping the matrix running, it meant that everyone else could die, except him? Then they remembered that in the Nether Sword Mound, this junior brother of theirs had used great capability to help the Chess Saint escape, and if it were not for it being destroyed by Yi Futian, he would have only been a step away from succeeding. At the time, Chess Saint had arranged a matrix, but it was a sacrificial matrix that used the disciples of the Chess Saint Villa as sacrifices. It was because of this that Yang Xiao and Lu Zong now had a vendetta. Furthermore, the sacrifice at the time was not only limited to the disciples of the Chess Saint Villa, but also included the cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. So today, this matrix. When they thought of this, they felt a cold shudder. No need to guess, senior brothers. This matrix is based on a tree. The roots of the ancient tree take all the nutrients and spread its branches and leaves. I am the root of the matrix, so naturally, you brothers can lend your power to me through the matrix. It is the same with your lives. Lu Zong continued, this battle is very important for Xihua Sacred Mountain, and all you senior brothers are fighting for Xihua Sacred Mountain. If you die in the battle, Xihua Sacred Mountain will not forget you. Yang Xiao saw that this scene and did not immediately react. He stared hard at Lu Zong and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain. How ironic. It seemed everything that had happened in the Nether Sword Mound was once again repeating, but this time Lu Zong was even more ruthless. There was a cultivator of Xihua Sacred Mountain who attempted to break away from the matrix, but found that he was unable to do so. His power was uncontrollably flowing to Lu Zong, even with his spiritual will. At the time of setting up the matrix, they did not have any hesitation and never doubted Lu Zong, voluntarily lending their strength to Lu Zong. They didn't expect that it would be used to bind them now. What a good junior brother, one person said coldly. Senior brother, I have said that this battle is very important for Xihua Sacred Mountain, and this matrix was also sanctioned by the master. If senior brother refused to cooperate, then it is equivalent to betraying Xihua Sacred Mountain. Don't be surprised when I discipline the traitors. Lu Zong was aggressive in his stance, and he waved his palm. The person who had spoken suddenly appeared pale in the face and was attacked by a powerful spiritual will. He couldn't help but groan. Sure, of course, I will cooperate with my junior brother. That cultivator of the Xihua Sacred Mountain was filled with hate in his heart. Saint Xihua was so cold-blooded. Although they were not disciples of saints, it was not easy to cultivate to their level today. But in the eyes of Saint Xihua, none of them were as valuable as one Lu Zong, and they could all be sacrificed for Lu Zong. In this case, first kill Yang Xiao, then go get Yi Futian, Lu Zong said. As his voice fell, his eyes once again looked toward Yang Xiao, his look filled with terrible killing intention. He was careless before. If he had already set up this matrix, that blow would have been enough to kill him. Yang Xiao wanted to butt heads with him. Rustling noises were heard, and the branches of the ancient tree covered the sky, covering the space. It fully wrapped Yang Xiao and the others inside. The branches and leaves swung in the void at will, but a terrible rule's power of ripping permeated from them, as if once it chopped down, they would be able to chop through people. You can die now, Lu Zong said, and suddenly endless branches and leaves slashed toward Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao, who was covered in blood, had the coldest eyes. Although he still had a terrible intent to kill, he was beginning to understand that with Lu Zong's setup of the matrix, he had no chance to kill him. This great vendetta, was there no way to avenge it? He was full of hate. He held the divine implement tightly in his hand. Even if he knew that he would die, Yang Xiao would still try his best with his last breath. Kill! With a loud scream, Yang Xiao rushed to the front, and the willow branch came down, pouncing on him. Here, behind him, a voice came, and then an immense sword was swept from the sky. Behind Yang Xiao, there was a river of swords coming. At the same time, there was another force descending, and it was a powerful spiritual willpower that could control this entire space, affecting the speed of that branch that was coming down. Chapter 981. The willow branches that contained ripping rules were invincible, and the sound of rustling was heard between heaven and earth. But at this moment, it seemed to be bound by an invisible force. The sword river followed close behind, breaking all things and blocking the willow branches that continued to drop down. Seeing this, Yang Xiao did not waste the opportunity. The long halberd in his hand immediately extended, the lightning that annihilated all things bloomed and completely pulverized the willow branches. The willow branches that contained ripping rules were invincible, and the sound of rustling was heard between heaven and earth. But at this moment, it seemed to be bound by an invisible force. The sword river followed close behind, breaking all things and blocking the willow branches that continued to drop down. Seeing this, Yang Xiao did not waste the opportunity. The long halberd in his hand immediately extended, the lightning that annihilated all things bloomed and completely pulverized the willow branches. On each side of Yang Xiao, two people appeared. Both were handsome and striking, with extraordinary temperament. The one on the left was slightly huskier, while the one on the right seemed more on edge. These two looked at each other across Yang Xiao, and then looked away as if on cue and just focused on Lu Zong, who was in front. By Luli Gudonglu. Lu Zong looked at the two. They went on the trial with Xia Qingyuan. Bai Luli was the cultivator from Jixia Holy Palace, and Gu Donglu was the third senior brother of Yi Futian. Both were extremely outstanding figures. Bai Luli qualified for the heavenly chosen ones, and if Gu Donglu did not forfeit, he also could have. He did not know that Bai Luli and Gu Donglu could really be considered old friends. When Gu Donglu entered the Baron state from the Eastern Baron territory, the first thing he did was challenge Bai Luli, the most famous figure of Baron state at that time and the one who had entered into the top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking at a young age. Although he was defeated, the name of Gu Donglu became known for the first time by people in the Baron state. The second time the two fought was at the Zhuge family's Crouching Dragon Mountain at the engagement banquet of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Gu Donglu had returned from traveling and cultivating and set foot on Crouching Dragon Mountain, disregarding his own life. In that battle, Gu Donglu flat out beat Bai Luli, achieving thunderous fame in the Baron state. Interestingly, these two rivals had appeared here at the same time. Of course, it was not intentional. Bai Luli had seen how Lu Zong had chased and killed the people of Baron state, so he had followed him this way. Gu Donglu saw that Yang Xiao was in danger, so he also followed him. So the two men glanced at each other with Yang Xiao in the middle, and then looked away again with great mutual understanding. Palace Lord Yang, can you let us into the matrix? Gu Donglu asked. He had now entered the sage plane. Bai Luli broke through after 3 days and was now a mid-level sage, and both possessed holy items so they could be considered quite strong. Still, it was still foolish to think that Lu Zong, who now had the backing of the battle matrix, could be beaten by one's own strength. They also saw previously that Lu Zong harvested the power of those within the ancient tree battle matrix so that he could even make others to die in his stead. Fine. Yang Xiao nodded, and there was light flowing. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli opened up their spiritual power to be led by Yang Xiao. Soon they could feel that they were integrated into the endless thunder world as if they were part of it themselves. If you too want to attack, just let me know with your mind and I shall assist, Yang Xiao said. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu both nodded. Lu Zong cast a glance at the few people in front of him, and there was a cold sneer flashing across his eyes. Both Bai Luli and Gu Donglu were charming individuals, and it was too bad that they should die at his hands. How wonderful it would be if he could have used them for himself. Rustling sounds were heard again. Above the ancient tree in front, there were countless silhouettes of Bai Luli. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree extended toward the distance. The willow branches covered the sky, and once again wrapped the battle matrix within. The leaves fluttered and became extremely fierce sharp blades, cutting down towards Yang Shao and the others. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu took a step forward at the same time, and Yang Shao received the thoughts from both of them in an instant. He could not help but reveal a surprised look, but he said nothing. All the power of the matrix now rushed toward Bai Luli and Gu Donglu at the same time. The eyes of Bai Luli turned black, and the whole world and the void were turned gray. Behind him appeared a pair of terrible eyes. Its tyrannical spiritual will filled the entire void, which was precisely his life spirit, the Eye of Devastation. The leaves that were flying in the space seemed to be imprisoned as the devastating thunderstorm raged and slaughtered the entire space. At the same time, the 9 characters behind Gu Donglu circulated. There was also a terrible power of the spiritual will that covered the void, and a super strong sword chi circulated, turning into a sword river, overhanging, blooming from the body of Gu Donglu, annihilating the void. The endless flying leaves were crushed through and through, and the fallen willow branches, likewise, were constantly being attacked and destroyed. Godly creation of all things, Bai Luli spat out, and the terrible spiritual will had gathered into a thundering ancient god whose mere glance could destroy all things with lightning that not only attacked the physical body but also attacked the power of spiritual will. Gu Donglu had summoned 9 gods of war, surrounded by 9 characters, all facing forward to launch their attack at Lu Zong. Once upon a time, Bai Luli and Gu Donglu had used these 2 abilities, attacking each other as opponents. Now they were using this method to join forces to annihilate Lu Zong. And even more, both of them seemed to be intuitively connected to release their attacks, without any trace of hesitation or courtesy. Feeling the atmosphere coming from the 2, Lu Zong sobered up. The huge ancient tree swayed, moving forward as if to turn into a tree spirit. Vines that were thick like mountains swept out. Its power was terrifying. It was like a mountain was being picked up and smashed towards Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. On top of the thick vines, there even grew many sharp golden blades destroying everything in front of it. Condensate, Gu Donglu commanded, and 9 gods of war turned into 1. The aura of the 9 characters surrounded them, the heavens and the earth resonated. As the 2 echoed to each other, an infinite number of 9 characters appeared around them, and each character turned into an ancient seal, accompanying Gu Donglu palms forward. The ancient god that was born of Bai Luli held the heaven-shaking thunder hammer and smashed it down, intending to destroy the ancient tree. The vines that were as thick as mountains were now exploding wildly, smashed, destroyed, pulverized and disappearing all the way through. But in the same way, the body of the ancient god also collapsed, and the shadow that Gu Donglu had conjured was also destroyed. This space was filled with currents of devastation. "Is that all from you?" Lu Zong spoke arrogantly. The vines upon the ancient tree were destroyed and grew again, still covering the sky and sheltering everyone within it. Lu Zong's power seemed still aplenty, but in his matrix, the breath of everyone else was consistently weakening. Apparently, he had been draining the power of others to launch those attacks. "To kill him we must breach his matrix," Bai Luli said. He did not look at Gu Donglu, but Gu Donglu knew who he was talking to. This matrix is centered on him, and he could use those in it to replace him in death. To breach it, you need to kill all the others while breaching the matrix so that there is no replacement to be had. Gu Donglu responded, "You want to breach it head-on or you want to lead the offensive? I will breach the matrix from the front, blocking its attack. You can concentrate on the offensive," Bai Luli responded. "Very well." Gu Donglu nodded. The 2 seemed to have arranged everything in a few words, and now it was like there was nothing more for Yang Shao to do. He looked at them with some surprise, obviously not knowing the relationship between the 2. But none of this was important. As long as Lu Zong could be killed, Shihua Sacred Mountain could be destroyed. He was willing to do anything. Bai Luli's expression was solemn, and behind him, in addition to the life spirit of the Eye of Devastation, there was yet another life spirit blooming. It was the immense life spirit of the spell scroll. This spell scroll flew out and burst into a terrible light. Bai Luli's fingers landed on the spell scroll, and suddenly, traces of blood appeared, which caused bloody stripes to also appear in the life spirit and made it bloom with even more brilliance. The life spirit of spell scroll flew straight toward the front, suspended in the air, and a giant spell scroll hung from the void. A bloody spell scroll flew out of the life spirit and went toward Lu Zong. Blood sacrifice, God-killing scroll, Bai Luli spat. At this moment, his spiritual will seemed to be drained. The spell scroll burst out a blood light that filled the sky, like the sorcery of Forbidden Rules spell. Infinite bloody spell scrolls flew about, and when they collided with the fallen leaves and the willow branches, the bloody scrolls were able to penetrate and pulverize them. The light of the life spirit of the spell scroll was directed at Lu Zong, and the god-killing scroll that was suspended in the sky had formed a rule spell from a spiritual will that was capable of destroying everything. Lu Zong's look changed suddenly. Sacred sounds of chanting in Sanskrit were heard, and the ancient tree made shaking sounds. Endless figures appeared at the same time, and in front of him was an incomparably beautiful glory of the sacred tree, and when the bloody spell scroll came down, there was blood-colored radiance dancing among the branches of the immense ancient tree. At this moment, Lu Zong had no time to care about anything else. Gu Donglu had started his move at the same time Bai Luli made his attack. A painting floated behind him, and the life spirit melted into it. It was a sacred painting. Back then at Jisheng Cliffs, it was for this painting that Zhang Xiao chased him, wanting to kill him for it. But in fact, this painting was invoked by his will and acknowledged only him as its master. The incomparable aggressive spiritual will flowed into the scroll. A holy authority faintly permeated, and then flying forward. The endless 9 characters shone with glory and madly rushed into it. Manifest, Gu Donglu called out, and suddenly a figure was summoned from the sacred painting, like an enchanted spirit surrounded by 9 characters, exuding brilliance. This figure was based on Gu Donglu himself, but its constitution was more outstanding than his. This time, he had summoned himself. Behind Bai Luli and Gu Donglu, the faces of Yang Xiao and the others were somewhat distorted, their spiritual will mental power seeming to be drained. The attack of these two was too terrible to imagine. Yang Xiao's eyes were glued in front of him. He saw the immortal figure turn into lightning, moving forward, carrying the aura of the endless 9 characters, destroying everything in its path. His body directly rushed within the ancient tree battle matrix set up by Lu Zong. These sounds continued to be heard, and countless vine branches and leaves were snapped and broken. While Lu Zong resisted the attacks from Bai Luli, he was also controlling the branches and leaves to attack Gu Donglu, but he could not block it. The godlike figure madly destroyed the immense ancient tree, and with another sound, a cultivator's body was bisected and blood splashed everywhere. Puff puff. The continuous sounds signified the continuous destruction of those in the way. They were wiped out by Gu Donglu without any resistance, which made Lu Zong's breath weaker and weaker, causing his face become somewhat mangled. Could such a great battle matrix be broken by the alliance of these 2 men? Although he had no time to ponder, the defense of the ancient tree battle matrix itself was surprisingly strong, and still, it could not stop the attack of Gu Donglu and was constantly being destroyed. Chapter 982. Saint Shihua had been paying close attention to the battlefield high above the sky, so it was only a given that he had also been able to watch Lu Zong's position. He frowned and thought about where Bai Luli and Gu Donglu came from, as well as why were they able to borrow Yang Xiao's battle matrix and wielded it to such effect. Yang Xiao, who was ranked on the sage ranking, seemed to only support the other 2. Saint Shihua had been paying close attention to the battlefield high above the sky, so it was only a given that he had also been able to watch Lu Zong's position. He frowned and thought about where Bai Luli and Gu Donglu came from, as well as why were they able to borrow Yang Xiao's battle matrix and wielded it to such effect. Yang Xiao, who was ranked on the sage ranking, seemed to only support the other 2. Go and help Lu Zong out, Saint Shihua told the mighty ones of Shihua sacred mountain below. Stay back. A shout was heard on the battlefield where Lu Zong was. It was from a mighty one from Shihua sacred mountain in the matrix. How dare you, Saint Shihua said as he eyed the one who spoke. That person was trembling within the matrix as if he was to die at any moment. His expression was twisted and his cold eyes glared at Saint Shihua as he said, "I'm not afraid of death. We who have trained in Shihua Sacred Mountain became sages after training for so long. We dare not disobey any order from Shihua Sacred Mountain, but you have deceived us and let Lu Zong make one such sacrificial matrix, and I'm very not pleased. We're all cultivators of Shihua Sacred Mountain, yet you see us all as disposable just for the sake of Lu Zong. I regret training in Shihua Sacred Mountain," that person shouted. Saint Shihua extended his hand below, conjuring a large hand and pinned down that person across the vast space. He then said coldly, "Treason in the battlefield shall be punished with death. Shihua Sacred Mountain shall perish." That person roared and his voice resounded on the battlefield right before his death. Saint Shihua pressed down with his hand. And with a splatter, that person died at Saint Shihua's hand instead of Gu Donglio's. "What are the rest of you waiting for?" Saint Shihua said coldly, attempting to quell the doubts of those from Shihua Sacred Mountain. However, it became obvious that the minds of many mighty ones from the Shihua Sacred Mountain had been shaken. Saint Xia and Saint Li, who were still playing chess at the side, sighed. Saint Xia then said, "Lu Zong is indeed supremely talented and possesses incredible powers. But as a brutal one who can sacrifice anyone or anything just to further his own cause, he will either end up an ambitious hero if he succeeds or a despised loser if he fails. Shihua Sacred Mountain is indeed playing a dangerous game, and it seems that they are being caught in their own trap now." A cultivator trained their mind as well, and there was simply no one who reached sage plane yet had nor developed an incredibly strong sense of self. They would not simply allow themselves to be played by others, and blind loyalty generally did not exist with sages. Saint Xia, you're overestimating him. True heroes require unique charisma to enable others to give themselves entirely to their cause. Lu Zong is far from being able to achieve that. Saint Li shook his head and said, "Indeed." Saint Xia nodded and continued, "What about Yi Futian then? If he had been in Lu Zong's place, I believe many from the Holy Ji Palace would have thrown themselves into the matrix willingly." Saint Li smiled and said. Saint Xia smiled in reply and both of them continued to play chess. The game seemed to be a difficult one, and like the battlefield, where it seemed that the allied forces consisting of 6 holy lands had obtained an absolute edge, the ones from the barren state had indomitable beliefs and were united throughout the ranks. They were ready to throw their lives away in their last stand, thus making it possible for them to push their enemies back despite being in a despairing state. That was not to say that victory was theirs, as the 6 holy lands came with an explicit purpose of eliminating the Holy Ji Palace, and they probably had yet to bring out their trump card. Furthermore, there were some others, other than Kong Yao, who seemed very powerful as well. They were perhaps secret weapons of sorts. None of them moved in and killed anyone. They simply stayed behind and watched where Yi Futian was. Lu Zong was being attacked by Lu Li and Gu Donglu. The world tree shook in a frenzy. A devouring power burst from him, and in an instant, countless branches of the tree withered at a frightening speed. Worse still, those mighty ones who had yet to be killed in the matrix by Gu Donglu had their powers channeled in a frenzy into Lu Zong's body. Screams were heard everywhere. Gu Donglu quickly summoned the celestial shadow and the light of the 9 words, heading straight for Lu Zong himself. The dazzling light pierced through all and the sword river of the great path coalesced into a single sword, piercing through Lu Zong. A crisp rumble was heard and Lu Zong's shadow gradually disappeared, yet vague saintly might emanated from that spot as if there was a spectral mirror there. Countless shadows of Lu Zong appeared there at the very next moment, spreading out in all directions. It was apparent that he had deflected the attack using divine implements. An incredibly huge pair of gray eyes appeared in the air as if they were by Lu Li's. The power of rules coursed and countless runes hovered above the blood spell scroll, locking down their surroundings. Shadows of ancient gods appeared in all directions. Terrifying blood lightning powers placed their surroundings in a lockdown. It was the power of the sealing of all creations, a power that Bai Luli had developed, but it was obviously far more powerful than what it had been years ago. Kill. Killing intent was seen from Bai Luli's eyes. There were many of the Holy Ji Palace who had died at Lu Zong's hands. Despite having spent years training in the Jixia Holy Palace, his heart remained with the Holy Ji Palace nonetheless. Countless blood spell scrolls came down and every single one of them turned into bolts of blood lightning. Gu Donglio's silhouette stood at the raging space. He formed seals with his hands and his garb billowed. Countless shadows of the 9 words fell. In an instant, one silhouette of Lu Zong after another was destroyed. Both of them joined hands with the intention of killing everything within that space, and there was no way they could just let Lu Zong leave. Buddhist chants were heard in the air and immense mighty power of the Buddha emanated. A golden ancient tree burst forth, looking like a Bodhi tree, growing in a frenzy and reaching out for the bodies of both Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. The branches of the tree were torn and cut down in a frenzy. Lu Zong's shadows continued to crumble, yet he seemed to have concentrated all power within one strike. A beam of dazzling light pierced the air, descending upon the matrix that Yang Shao had laid. Heaven and the earth resonated as the Buddhist chants continued to reverberate around them. Saintly power emanated from the ancient tree with terrifying might out to overpower everything, extended at Bai Luli and Gu Donglu in an unstoppable manner. Lu Zong had concentrated all of the powers that he had acquired from the devouring matrix in that single attack. He sacrificed a holy item and brought out everything he had, just so that that one strike would have been able to kill Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. Yang Shao saw the scene and turned into a bolt of lightning, lashing out with the silver halberd in his hand like a thunderous calamity of the great path and a thunder dragon, out to tear everything apart. The Buddhist chants reverberated and all mirages disappeared at that very moment, coalescing into one strike from Lu Zong. The force was magnificent as an enormous palm struck down, clashing with the silver halberd. Yang Shao spat up blood as the recoil from the strike hit him, sending him flying with a loud boom, but his attack nonetheless nullified Lu Zong's attack. Blood spell scrolls descended from above and a bolt of blood lightning struck onto Lu Zong's original body. Without other powers getting in the way, the Mudra of the 9 words struck him almost at the very same moment. Lu Zong's body shook violently as he continued to spit up blood. Saint Shihua's face went pale. No might ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain came in as reinforcements. He did not believe that with so many mighty ones available in Shihua Sacred Mountain, none were able to do so. It became apparent that morale of Shihua Sacred Mountain had been shaken due to Lu Zong's previous actions. His aura was bone-chillingly cold. He had never expected Lu Zong, who had been borrowing the power of matrices, would be caught in such a pinch. Such talents in the way of Buddhism, and yet the wrong path was chosen. "You've been too anxious indeed, Saint Shihua," Saint Xia said plainly, causing Saint Shihua to feel speechless. Saint Li sighed deep down as well. Lu Zong had such rare talents and fated encounters. If he had been able to train in the Vajra region, he would have been able to achieve more. Yet, Lu Zong seemed to have indeed taken the wrong path. He had been too anxious to fulfill his ambitions quickly. Lu Zong was the student of 3 saints, so there was no problem for Saint Xia to chastise Saint Shihua. It was naturally the teacher's fault for not teaching the student correctly after all. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu naturally would not have gone easy on Lu Zong, who had gone on a killing spree earlier. Waves of attacks landed on him without pause and he kept spitting up blood. Yet, at that moment, a voice was heard. "I'll end him." Yang Zhao's shirt was blood-stained as he stepped forward. "Very well." Gu Donglu nodded. He and Bai Luli took the flanks, blocking any route of escape for Lu Zong. Without reinforcements from the Matrix and having suffered such grave injuries, there was no way Lu Zong would have been able to come out alive, so there was no problem for Yang Shao being the one to end him. Yang Shao held the halberd in his hand while walking up to Lu Zong. He spared no time with words, and with a single step, he turned into a bolt of lightning, sticking the halberd right into Lu Zong's abdomen. Devastating lightning coursed throughout Lu Zong's body, but it did not kill him immediately, causing his body to tremble frantically instead. He looked up at Yang Shao with despaired and frustrated eyes. He was going to die soon. He had immense talent and had been an esteemed student from the very first day he stepped into Shihua Sacred Mountain. Lu Zong remembered the time when he sparred with a senior, who had beaten him due to being of greater plane, then boasted about putting him in his place. Rage got to his head and he brought everything he had to bear and killed that senior. None of his teachers reprimanded him and they took him in as their personal student instead, appreciating him even more. No one in Xihua Sacred Mountain dared to bully him from then on out. His status was unparalleled and his ambition grew considerably. He wanted to create a new era for Xihua Sacred Mountain and unify the entire eastern state, then become the absolute best in all of the 9 states. His teachers acknowledged his goals and put everything they had into nurturing him. However, a young man named Yi Futian appeared in the stage of the 9 states, known to be peerless throughout the 9 states. On this day, he had brought an army with him, with the expressed purpose of killing Yi Futian, yet he died before Yi Futian was even harmed. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu were both exceptional, but he was unable to fathom how they had been able to kill him. Lu Zong, does it hurt? Yang Xiao twisted the weapon in Lu Zong's body, a testament to the sheer amount of hate he had for Lu Zong. He had personally watched as his wife, brothers, and sisters were sent into the sacrificial matrix and died in the Nether Sword Mound. He felt his heart bleed. He wanted nothing more than to let Lu Zong have a taste of that. Lu Zong glared at Yang Xiao and blood continued to ooze from his mouth. He smirked all of a sudden in a very demonic manner. He then said with a croaked voice, "Winner takes all. Your wife, brothers, and sisters were but pawns. Their deaths are hardly worth grieving over. How about you then?" Yang Xiao shouted angrily, twisting the halberd in his hand again. Devastating powers raged in a frenzy and Lu Zong's aura grew increasingly weak. "I didn't lose to you. I lost to you 3 ganging up on me. Pity that I don't get to truly fight Yi Futian." Lu Zong looked at Yi Futian's direction. He had intended to kill Yi Futian himself. "You're not qualified," Gu Donglu said coldly. "That's so?" Lu Zong glared at Gu Donglu. "You're not qualified indeed," Bai Luli said plainly. While Lu Zong was indeed powerful, he remembered the day he left the Holy Ji Palace. That battle he had back then rendered him speechless indeed. "Who are you 3 to tell me that I'm not qualified?" Lu Zong roared. His eyes were filled with rage despite being moments away from death, seemingly feeling vexed. 7 holy lands allied just to kill him, yet you, Lu Zong, died fighting right here. "You're, of course, unqualified," Yang Xiao said sarcastically and coldly. Lu Zong felt his heart turn into ice. "Die already," Yang Xiao roared and devastating lightning burst out. Lu Zong's body turned into pieces in an instant, reduced to nothing. The student of the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain was dead. Chapter 983. Saint Xihua witnessed the death of Lu Zong from above. His aura grew increasingly restless and his killing intent increasingly thick. However, everyone throughout the 9 states had their eyes on that very battle. If he dared to interfere in the battles between the sages, it would have ended very badly for him. There was no way Emperor Xia would have forgiven him if he were to break the rules that Emperor Xia set out in the open and before the eyes of the public. Saint Xihua witnessed the death of Lu Zong from above. His aura grew increasingly restless and his killing intent increasingly thick. However, everyone throughout the 9 states had their eyes on that very battle. If he dared to interfere in the battles between the sages, it would have ended very badly for him. There was no way Emperor Xia would have forgiven him if he were to break the rules that Emperor Xia set out in the open and before the eyes of the public. There were enforcers who served Emperor Xia and they were terrifying people. It was said that Ji Yuan, who ranked 2nd on the saint ranking, disappeared because of those enforcers. While the upper world seemed to be very far away, he believed that Emperor Xia would know everything happening on his turf. If Emperor Xia intended to watch the battle personally, he would have been able to do so from the upper worlds. Saint Xihua was unable to do anything but to watch as the genius that the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain had painstakingly nurtured died miserably on the battlefield. Lu Zong had immense talent in the way of the Buddha, which enabled him to easily comprehend all manner of training methods, drawing inferences effortlessly from seemingly different methods. That, in turn, enabled him to master many types of powers. Even though he was taught by 3 different saints, he had learned everything taught to him. As such, Saint Shihua had great hopes for Lu Zong. Gu Donglu and Yang Shao of the Holy Ji Palace. By Lu Li of the Jixia Holy Palace. Saint Shihua's expression was extremely cold. Yang Shao was able to have closure and put behind something that had haunted him by killing Lu Zong. However, things were far from over. He intended to witness the utter destruction of Shihua Sacred Mountain, for Saint Shihua had definitely given his permission to carry out what ended up as a tragedy for him a long time ago. Lord Yang, will you still be able to fight? Gu Donglu asked Yang Shao. I'm fine. Yang Shao nodded and stepped forward, heading towards the battlefields with those from Shihua Sacred Mountain. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli took a look at each other after seeing him leave. Both of them seemed to have reached a consensus and turned in the opposite direction instead. The scene puzzled the few mighty ones from the Chess Saint Villa who survived. Those two feel rather off. Things on the battlefield grew increasingly worse. The vast Holy Ji Palace was filled with the raging aura of rules everywhere from top to bottom. Of all the battlefields there, the one where Yi Futian was the most intense. The very targets of the 7 holy lands in this sacred war were Huangjioga and Yi Futian, and they were both on the same battlefield. As such, one could only imagine how intense these battlefields were. Layers of battle matrices locked the space down with Yi Futian and the 4 mighty ones at the center. They were literally caged. It was a given that Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and the others were not having a good time being trapped. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 formed a matrix with him taking the lead. He was versed in space rules and his killing abilities were unparalleled, capable of moving like a gust of wind. Yun Shang and the others, however, were all sorcerers. They were quickly forced into passivity when surrounded by the mighty ones. Qin Zhuang and his people were only able to keep moving in that space, preventing Yun Shang and the other sorcerers from being taken out altogether. Even so, Yun Shang and the others continued to be in extreme danger. While she was the Lord of the Ice Temple and was ranked 2nd on the Barren Sky ranking, she was only able to serve adequately as support. Being surrounded by the mighty ones from the many islands of the Endless Ocean's 3 holy lands, things turned extremely dire for her. Many in her battle matrix had been killed. Yu Sheng, big brother, get to Lord Yun, Yi Futian said to both Yu Sheng and the Sword Saint. Both of them coursed with raging demonic might and hesitated. Yi Futian was being surrounded as well. The ones from the Endless Ocean were the most numerous, and it seemed that they kept coming, no matter how many of them were killed. Get to it already, Yi Futian continued as he sensed how dire things were at Yun Shang's side. Be careful yourself. The Sword Saint nodded and a bolt of lightning flashed, carving a path from the blockade. Let them, the mighty ones outside said, letting both the Sword Saint and Yu Sheng off the blockade. Those 2 demonic art practitioners were incredibly dangerous and many died in their hands. Their target in that battle was Yi Futian and Huangjioga. It would have sufficed just to have both of them remain there. Having the Sword Saint and Yu Sheng leave the battlefield had actually made things easier for them. Furthermore, other than Yi Futian and Huangjioga, Hua Jiyu, Yi Futian's wife, was there as well. There was no way they could have escaped. At the far side of the Holy Ji Palace, powerful saintly might was sensed, and it seemed that a powerful force was growing near. The saints, who watched the battles from above, turned their eyes in that direction and quickly saw a group of goddesses dressed in the same color appearing. The dress billowed and everything else seemed to pale in comparison. The sacred king's eyes sparkled when he saw the woman taking the lead. It was none other than the number 1 beauty of the eastern state, the Glass Saint, entering the battle with mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. They had been at the holy capital of the sacred dynasty, holding the forces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty back, making it so that only the most powerful force of the sacred dynasty, the Golden Phoenix Army, could participate in the war in the barren state. As such, the Glass Saint simply brought her people into the battlefield instead. I never expected the Glass Saint to show up. The chess piece in Saint Xia's hand remained in his hand as he looked at the Glass Saint's direction. Her black hair billowed in the wind, and the usual warm and amicable Glass Saint was nowhere to be found. She looked extremely cold at that moment, But even that was not enough to shadow her immense beauty. The glass saint took a look at the battlefield and cast her gaze at Yi Futian's direction, then said, "Go help him out." "Yes, madam." The mighty ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple headed straight to where Yi Futian was. "What?" The sacred king stared at the glass saint, never having expected her to lend a hand to Yi Futian, who had violated her back in the imperial mausoleum. "Don't be anxious, sacred king. When the battle below is over, you'll have your woman," Saint Shihua said coldly, turning his eyes in the glass saint's direction. "She actually dares show up here today. Well then, we'll just take care of them together afterwards." "Intercept them," the saints of the endless ocean ordered. Huge numbers of mighty ones went on to intercept the mighty ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple. The lapis lazuli holy temple forces were of limited numbers, as the glass saint disbanded the lapis lazuli holy temple itself, leaving only a group of elites behind. Furthermore, none of the topmost forces within the region of the lapis lazuli holy temple dared to follow them into the sacred war. From their perspective, it was a losing battle and they would rather apologize to her for not going. The glass saint did not meet any of them, but she did not fault any of them either. "Ocean Saint, North Deep, isn't it time for you people to pull your own weight?" Saint Ji said coldly. The most powerful force of the Hall of Holy Light, helmed by Jia, was being held back by the warrior monks of the Vajra region. The Golden Phoenix army was being pushed back by Yuan Hong and his people, while the army of Shihua Sacred Mountain was being fought by the Yu clan. Lu Zong was dead. Furthermore, the main army of the Holy Ji Palace was at their side, enabling the ones from the Endless Ocean to suppress Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and the others. Presently, only Yi Futian, Huang Jioga, and Hua Jiu were left at their side, and the ones from the Endless Ocean still stood by and did nothing. Things would only turn more dire for them if they continued to drag things out. The morale of Shihua Sacred Mountain was shaky. If it had not been for Saint Shihua being present, all of them would have probably left the battlefield. The Yu clan retaliated fiercely and Hua Qingqing turned into a Buddhist lamp, shining light onto all of the mighty ones, enabling the army to gain endless power. With the lapis lazuli holy temple joining the fray, no one knew what would happen if they were unable to take Yi Futian out quickly. "Will do," the Ocean Saint replied and turned his eyes to Yi Futian and the other two who were heavily surrounded. If it had not been for Su Chehan holding them back, things would not have dragged on for so long. Mighty ones flashed by and arrived above where Yi Futian was. At that moment Yi Futian and the other two stood in the air, and he had an enormous screen of the stars around him. Terrifying rule spells bombarded it, and yet they were unable to shatter the screen. 3 battle matrices appeared in the air. While there were not actually many, they all consisted of the most elite, the absolute core figures of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean. It was also the secret weapon prepared specifically for that battle and for taking down Yi Futian. The mighty ones from the Ocean Palace were right before Yi Futian. The one taking the lead was named Ao Feng, who ranked 17th on the Sage ranking. He led an elite battle matrix. The ones at the left were of the North Deep, with the one taking the lead being Kuan of the North Deep, who was also ranked on the Sage ranking, the most powerful figure among the North Deep who was not a saint. The one at the right was Yang Qi of the Celestial Cliffs, also a sage ranked on the Sage ranking. The most powerful sage plane figures of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean led elite battle matrices and stood before Yi Futian and the others. It was a testament to how determined they were. The 3 armies spread out and surrounded Yi Futian and the other 2 below in a triangular formation. The 3 mighty ones held divine implements and pulsed with terrifying holy light. They looked at Yi Futian with eyes saying that there was no way for him to escape. Yi Futian had actually let the Sword Saint and Yu Xing go the aid of others despite his predicament. It was like he was digging his own grave. Ao Feng borrowed the power of the Matrix, and the aura of the elite army behind him gushed into his body, making him look even taller and more imposing. His huge battle form was a towering height, and a huge divine beast-life spirit appeared behind him. It was a silver dragon. Terrifying might swept through the place with him at the center. He held a trident divine implement in his hand. The pointed tip was thrust downwards, bringing terrifying waves with just a single move. Silver lightning bolts crackled and fell downward, bombarding the light screen of stars with raging force. Cracks were heard continuously as the starry defense continued to crumble. Yi Futian, hand over the halberd of space and time, and Huang Jioga. Surrender and I shall spare your wife. Ao Feng pointed the silver trident at Yi Futian like an ocean god. The huge silver dragon continued to circle above his huge body, overflowing with limitless power. Yi Futian felt the pressure and his expression was solemn. He held the halberd of space and time and amplified his power using the battle matrix. Ao Feng, who was ranked in the top 20 of the sage ranking, felt even more overbearing than Jia alone at the moment. Everyone who stood behind Ao Feng was an absolute elite from the Ocean Palace. Yi Futian's aura boiled within his body and he took the battle form of a rock. He seemed to have turned himself into a giant divine bird, imposing and proud. Beams of terrifying light shot through his body as he opened the 7-star acupoints in his body. His blood howled with the might of the dragon as his body became filled with frightening power. He felt the upcoming battle to be the true showdown. Saint Ji stood at the far side, and behind him, Kong Yao and a group of mighty ones were looking down on Yi Futian. They did not go to fight elsewhere and had instead chosen to keep an eye on Yi Futian. They were hoping that they were not so weak as to be taken down by the ones from the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean. It would have complicated things when it was their turn to rob Yi Futian. We'll call it a day. Saint Xia threw the piece in his hand on the chessboard, messing up the game. Saint Li looked up at Saint Xia feeling rather aghast. So you just give up when you're about to lose? Saint Xia did not seem to be aware of Saint Li's gaze. He was watching the battlefield where Yi Futian was. Not only that, but all of the Holy Ji Palace's armies were heading there as well due to them being able to sense each other regardless of position. The entire battlefield was shaken and the whole place seemed to begin to contract to a single point. Chapter 984. Stop them, Saint Ji and Saint Shihua both commanded, and suddenly the great army that had the advantage of numbers reverted from attack to defense, all for intercepting the cultivators who were moving in the direction of Yi Futian. Finally, Yi Futian was separated from the guardian circle of Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and Sword Saint. There were only the 3 of them now, surrounded by the great army. How could they allow Yi Futian the chance to escape? This time he would die. Stop them, Saint Ji and Saint Shihua both commanded, and suddenly the great army that had the advantage of numbers reverted from attack to defense, all for intercepting the cultivators who were moving in the direction of Yi Futian. Finally, Yi Futian was separated from the guardian circle of Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and Sword Saint. There were only the 3 of them now, surrounded by the great army. How could they allow Yi Futian the chance to escape? This time he would die. As soon as Yi Futian died, this sacred war would be over. The great alliance of armies would collapse immediately. No one at the Holy Ji Palace would be able to hold on to any of their convictions. At this time, Ao Feng saw that Yi Futian had the halberd of time and space. Without a response, from his eyes there bloomed with a blue luster. He raised the divine implement, the silver trident, and his giant body releasing a shocking force. Its momentum created violent waves that pushed downwards from the sky, and there were even sounds of tsunamis, like a storm full of shocking waves. Ice, Ao Feng said indifferently. Heaven and earth were frozen. The whole world was turned snowy white, and just like that, ice sculptures appeared. Yi Futian's body seemed to be also frozen between heaven and earth. Ao Feng stepped down, like a giant sea god, the trident in his hand slammed down, and a stunning spiral storm appeared in the void. The trident came down and the ice sculptures were broken. Everything inside seemed to be torn into pieces. There was a loud bang. The defensive light screen around Yi Futian was pulverized, and the brilliant shadow of the rock crossed the void and attacked toward the sky. The halberd of time and space vaguely emitted the rules of time and space, intending to solidify time and space. Breach! Ao Feng roared within the violent tsunami, silver rays piercing through the space and slamming down with immense power. In the eye of the storm, there was a trident that sped forward to pierce through the space, and upon the trident, there was a silver dragon hovering on top, swooping down along. At this time, Futian, who was down below, had a hallucination. He felt like he was being crushed by heavy smashing waves that madly impacted his body. The halberd of time and space in his hands lanced forward and made violent sounds of collision. It was clearly in the void, but it was like he had penetrated the huge waves in the sky, from which there was a boundless force that landed on the halberd of time and space, shocking his arm. But the powerful force did not make his arm waver. He pierced through huge wave after wave, also forming a terrible spiral storm working upward. The halberd of time and space and the trident finally collided. A huge wave of horrible storms swept the surrounding area. A silver dragon and the rock rushed out at the same time and turned toward each other. The firmament was shocked by it. Boom! A loud bang and the two separated. Futian was shocked backward. Likewise, Ao Feng was also shocked by the void. The immense body continued to retreat, his arm shaking slightly, and he felt a subtle force of tearing that almost pulverized his arm. With one man's strength, he faced off a small but elite army led by Ao Feng. Many cultivators were shocked and thought to themselves that it was no wonder he was considered unparalleled in the 9 states. Ao Feng alone was ranked 17th on the Sage and Saint ranking. Ao Feng stared below, his heart extremely shocked, but quickly, it was once again composed. No matter how strong Futian was, he would not leave here alive today. At the same time, Kun of the North Deep also gathered the power of the battle matrix. He held the dark spear, which emitted a terrible destructive power. The battle matrix also gathered into the shape of the Kunping, who opened both wings that seemed to want to swallow up mountains and rivers. Yang Qi of Celestial Cliffs dragged a golden sacred pagoda behind him that burst with dazzling brilliance and stunned the eyes. In the 3 major directions, 3 opponents of the Sage Plane all carried battle matrices, ready to attack Futian at the same time. A truly suffocating pressure had fallen from the void as if there was no power to deter it. At this time, there were streams of light flowed from afar to Futian, Huajiu, and Huangjioga, like the light of the Buddha. A lotus lamp lit up at the brow chakra of each one. With the 3 of them as one, their spiritual power once again increased and expanded. Futian knew that this was Hua Qingqing, who was trying to bestow more power upon the 3 of them. The other cultivators in the battlefield had pulled back some of their power. The halberd of time and space was being clenched tightly in his hand. Futian looked up at the cultivators in the void. The blood in his body boiled and he roared. As if affected by his thoughts, Huajiu transmitted her voice to him. Don't. She knew what Futian was trying to do, but until it was absolutely necessary, she did not want Futian to reveal his strength. Especially at this moment when all eyes of the 9 states were watching, and it was even possible that Emperor Xia had people who were observing this battle. If Futian revealed his secrets, both the upper and lower worlds would know, and she did not know what the consequences might be, but it would very likely be disastrous. Futian also understood that his life was no longer just his own, but belonged to the entire Holy Ji Palace. If something happened to him, the entire Holy Ji Palace would also perish. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not do so. But now the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean were dead set on killing him. The 3 Supermax battle matrices could not be breached, except by burning the will of the Emperor. We will have a chance, Huajiu whispered softly. From her body came an immense telekinetic power, and her spirit crown bloomed. Threads of telekinetic force spread out between heaven and earth. She closed her eyes as if to completely let go of herself. Glimpses of glory sprinkled from the sky, falling upon Huajiu's body. Her mind seemed to perceive an unknown world where there was an unparalleled figure sitting above the sky, like the Jiutian goddess. Behind Huajiu, an illusion of the Jiutian goddess gradually emerged, and it was extremely radiant. There was a powerful storm of telekinesis appearing in this world, with the wind whistling. Everyone could feel the existence of that power. Jiu. Futian looked at Huajiu. What ability was this? He had never heard Jiu mention it before. Move. Yang Qi spat. from that telekinetic power, he actually sensed danger. The golden sacred pagoda in his hand fell straight down, and in a flash, the sacred pagoda quickly enlarged and turned into a golden mountain. Many radiant light screens hung down from it and crushed everything. At the same time, the spiritual power of the cultivators of celestial cliffs transformed into one, and all of it was poured into the sacred pagoda. Endless glory poured down, suppressing and erasing all existence below. Yi Futian saw that the sacred pagoda blast towards Huajiyu, and in a flash, he walked into the void and appeared instantly in the sky above Huajiyu. The vast space created a horrible space solidification rule force, affecting the speed with which the sacred pagoda was traveling. But the golden brilliance that erased everything crushed the rules and smashed toward Yi Futian. Loud booming noises rumbled, and the brilliance of the stars was also shattered. A thunderous roar was heard, and the divine ape appeared behind Yi Futian, whose body flew back. The halberd of time and space in his hands turned into a long stick, and a golden star appeared around it, aiming directly to the sacred pagoda. A loud dinging sound rang out. The sacred pagoda rocketed to the sky, but Ao Feng and Kun of the North Deep also launched their attack and did not intend to give Yi Futian another chance. There were turbulent waves coming, and the trident gathered a terrible storm. Where Kun of the North Deep was, a Kunpeng flew on widespread wings. Kun of the North Deep stood in front of the Kunpeng, spear of darkness in hand, and slammed it down. A destructive black hole that could swallow all things creeped out. All the storms of destruction now pushed toward Yi Futian, wanting to place him in despair without giving him any chance to fight back. At this time, the shadow of a saint appeared behind Huajiyu. Her long hair flew in the wind, her spiritual will released to the limit. Her beautiful and radiant eyes opened and turned skyward, and those deep eyes suggested an enchanted beauty, as if every strand of will between heaven and earth was presented in her mind. At this moment, the cultivators of all three holy lands, who were attacking Yi Futian, felt an invisible power of telekinesis shroud them. It was as if it was everywhere, threatening their spiritual willpower. Moreover, that power of telekinesis had subtly converged into a savage spiritual storm. Telekinesis of thunder. Huajiyu's eyes released purple lightning. In this instance, an invisible storm of destruction was born between heaven and earth, directly attacking all the cultivators from the three holy lands who were in the space, just like the ravages of the divine path. All the cultivators' minds experienced a fierce shock, and their spiritual will was unsteadied. Huang Jioga also felt this power. His body also seemed to start burning up. The most sacred Renhuang Bao shot through the void toward the cultivators, aiming to kill. Yi Futian's palm stretched out toward the void, releasing his spiritual power all the way, and he shouted, "Star prison!" A star was directly buried in the void, as if drowning all the cultivators within it, and he turned himself into a lightning bolt and blasted directly into the prison. The stars exploded instantly, and the trident and the spear of destruction appeared at the same time. However, Yi Futian had already rushed into it. This blow was not to prevent the opponent's attack but to interfere with their judgment. The force of time and space solidification appeared as if to completely seal the space. The speed of the spear of darkness slowed, and Yi Futian rushed past the spear of destruction. A terrible black hole vortex was pierced by the halberd of time and space, torn and pulverized, but that attack also madly hurt Yi Futian. Kun of the North Deep saw Yi Futian come straight for him, and he pulled his body back. The Kunpeng's sharp claws grabbed him back while Yi Futian continued his charge forward. However, he did not attack him. Instead, he attacked the belly of the Kunpeng battle matrix, the halberd of time and space slashing out. Boom! The destructive power that smashed everything bloomed, and the body of Kunpeng shattered and the battle matrix collapsed. Naturally, Huajiyu would not let such an opportunity go to waste. Her eyes of enchanted beauty swept to that space, and at this moment, within the collapsed battle matrix of the Kunpeng, those cultivators only felt that their spirit had no defense and they were in the middle of a storm. Over yonder, there seemed to be a goddess appearing, staring at them. The brilliant lightning them right in their minds. The bodies of the cultivators swayed violently. arrows crossed the sky, and with a sharp sound, they shot through the heads. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.